Oh, just kidding. Thank you. If you want to share that, starting scene graphic or whatever.
Yep, can you let me share my screen, please?
Recording in progress. Sorry, I'll put this recording in.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I won't use audio from my computer, right?
Yeah, you'll just
Shut it
need
off.
yeah.
Can you see the graphic okay, Kia?
Yeah, it looks great.
Hey guys, you snuck in? Usually alarm bells go off. Kia, I got a
Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started today. We've got lots of presentations to get through, so I'll make this very brief. My name is P.J. Bonner, and I'm the Industry Projects Manager at Acadia. We're the ones that are hosting this automation demo today. So, we've lined up quite a full day of presentations. We're going to kind of get through them, and then we've got lunch coming for 12:30. Then a quick lunch. We can kind of eat during the next presentation as well. But so yeah, we've got some lunch catered by each of our caterers over in Dartmouth. And then once we're finished up with the day around 4:40, we're actually going to head over to Garrison. And would like to join us, have a couple drinks, chat, kind of unwind from the day. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I've got Al from Enginuity here to kick off the day. So I'll head over to you.
I'm going to be the guinea pig on the phone because it's almost screwed up. So
Absolutely.
tell me what we need to do here.
All right, so you can go ahead and just share your screen. Oh, 1 second, I'm just going to make sure it's got you. You should be good to go.
Yay. So asked to travel with Enginuity. Enginuity is a design engineering firm on Herring Cove Road. We are been around for 17, 18 years as Enginuity. A multifaceted team. If you drive up Herring Cove Road, you've been here for forever. It used to be a Canadian Tire. But we've got most of that building, which is 264 Herring Cove Road. Enginuity is us. We've also spun out a couple of other entities from this business. So Snap Innovations is a marine connections business, and FeverMed is a little medical device that we launched a couple of years ago as well. So we're slowly taking over the entire building, and the next step is to kick the fleet out, which will be a challenge, but we'll get there. So who are we? We're a rapidly growing group of what I would term creative engineers and designers for the most part. We're very tech heavy. We don't have too much in the way of admin or overhead, but we love solving complex problems. Most of the industry sectors that we serve in Atlantic Canada are niche industries, can be considered niche industries. And oftentimes those industries can't open a catalogue and take this off.
I think you're fine with your referrals.
Most of these niche industries, and as a result, a lot of these industries can't just open the catalogue and find a solution to a problem. So we end up getting involved and putting some thought into the process. Nothing happens in this part of the world in particular without collaboration. We are very collaborative in our nature. I'm going to bounce straight from here across to the pier, because we're opening up the pier tomorrow. There's a member day over there today. That's a new collaboration we're doing. So we're engineers and residents of the pier, we're engineers and residents of Idea Hub. We work very closely with Ignite Labs. They actually have an office in our facility in Halifax. So any of the Ignite clients who are in from the rest of the province, when they come to town to meet with a COA and all of the other ecosystem partners that are out there, they've got someone they can land, get access to Wi-Fi, etc. The universities, a lot of the trade associations, we work with everybody. In the food sector, we're very closely aligned with Perennia, with BioEnterprise. Those are the two main ones that we would partner with on projects, and often they are a source of funding for projects as well. Diving into clients, it's pretty much a who's who. I think I've added 38 new clients to our roster this year, and most of them are in Atlantic Canada. One of the advantages of the pandemic, if we could focus on advantages, there aren't that many, is that everybody is now used to working through Zoom and Teams. And so that's actually expanded our radius. It's allowed people to sort of trust engineering remotely. So we're now working with the teams in Vancouver, in Aberdeen, Houston, and that's really allowed us to widen on that, which is quite cool. I'm going to zoom that in from sort of wide industry into food. And over the years, we've worked with very established businesses like IMO, Kirsten down in Ghana, Sunrise Foods. These guys have been around for a long time. Oxford Frozen Foods, obviously very, very well known. But then there's lots of smaller people in the mix and smaller companies in the mix. So startup like Midgard, they're a cricket farm. These guys are Future Protein, they're black soldier fly farmers that are set up in Bradley. And then new technologies like Goodleaf, who are obviously vertical farming and doing fresh greens in the controlled environment ag. On the food and bev side, this slide is a little bit light, I'll be honest, but Nova Scotia Spirito have done a bunch of work with them as they scale. And scaling is one of the biggest challenges to the bev industry in particular. We've established over the years a pretty straightforward process of working. We like to take ideas from people's heads, steal them, run away, and commercialize them themselves. No, that's not what we do. We want to wrap a team around a problem or a challenge, really get under the skin of that problem, break it down into its functional blocks, and really focus on what's going to make the business scale, what's going to make the business more profitable, what's going to reduce resource constraint, etc. And that's really our starting point. It's a process we call discovery, and that really lays down the groundwork for conceptual design and then the more traditional engineering and problem solving we do. So conceptual design, preliminary design, detailed design, build, test, get it. So we try and run through that process in as regular a manner as possible. So talking about the beverage industry in particular, we had a bit of fun earlier this year with a video campaign. We've only really just discovered marketing. We've been doing a lot of word of mouth stuff for years, but we've now got a couple of people in house who are focusing on marketing, and we've just started getting a little creative. So I think we launched this in the summer. We wanted to focus on the local beer industry. We didn't tell anybody we were doing it, and then we used Omron. Shane's here. So Shane allowed us to borrow his collaborative robot, and we just had a play with it. And the idea was just to start generating some interest and start making people think. This was shot in our lab at Enginuity, and it was just a bit of fun over the summer. And it got us a fair chunk of social engagement. So I just wanted to start there in terms of the approach, that, the creative approach to what we do. So what are the drivers for automation? This is, I think, probably the most important slide in this deck. Everyone's talking about automation, but unless you really understand the drivers, what's pushing people towards automation, nothing is ever going to really change. There's an awful lot of small business in this province and Atlantic Canada in general. A lot of family-owned shops, a lot of startups that are trying to grow, and getting a real feel for what's going on out there is hugely important. Demographics is probably the biggest one. We're an aging population. We're trying to fix that with immigration. Most of that is focused on urban centres. We're seeing young people moving out of outdoor communities and rural communities coming into the city, which is great for the city, but it's not so good for the rest of the region. We have these guys, which we all talk about. We love them, but it's a simple fact that my 20-year-old daughter does not want to work in a fish plant, does not want to work in a field, does not want to work in a factory. They want more interesting jobs. So that's becoming a problem. There's also an inherent pressure on bringing in temporary foreign workers. Bureaucracy, time. We just had one guy down in one of the dreamers down in New Mexico, who we've been trying to bring in for a year through the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program, and it's just even the fast track programs take a huge amount of time. So the pressure on bringing temporary foreign workers in, particularly into food and manufacturing, are really quite challenging. Competition. We are, as globalization continues, obviously, we are trying to access new markets. Jess is here from SBI, huge focus on exporting talent and IP from the province and the region. But everyone else is trying to come in here as well. A couple of years ago, we were working in the lobster industry, and we spent a lot of our time telling people within small communities that they weren't competing with the guy down the road anymore. They were competing with Maine, and they were competing with Australia. And getting that in their heads was really quite an important lesson. Obviously, the Asian influence on everything we do, from a supply chain perspective, from a technology introduction perspective, and just the fact that we've been through this pandemic and the supply chains all, may I swear, shut the bed. That's got everybody a bit worried. So how do we learn things for ourselves here, and how do we reduce the impact and the requirement for a lot of Far East import of technology? On the plus side, the cost of technology is reducing. The robotics costs, the automation costs, vision system costs, camera costs, everything, all of the base price of technology is in general is falling. There is huge competition out there. We are working with, I think, 7 or 8 robotics manufacturers, 7 or 8 vision system players, a bunch of different conveying companies, and they are competitive and they will play the game. So that's good for clients, for customers trying to do this stuff. Interest rates and borrowing, obviously, right now is at a record lows and will stay that way for hopefully a while yet. So the long term is out there. Farm Credit Canada, this was for the other event, but I know they do play in beverage as well. But there are lots of pools of funding out there that there'll be a lot of discussion on later on today. So I've mentioned BioEnterprise, got good representation from ACOA here today. RPC up in New Brunswick, we've done a lot of work with them. They're really driving automation, and they're really good folks to talk to because they've solved a lot of problems in industry that can be applicable to your own challenges. That's enough on that. Let's talk about process automation for a little bit. And I just want to throw some examples out in the mix. So we're seeing automation in greenhouses, in controlled environment agriculture, where we just can't get the labor. I've been around since when did things open up last year, July. I've probably been through 180 different factories in that time, and one of them said they didn't have a labor issue. They did, they just didn't recognize it. But one of them, everybody else, for number one has been labor. Can't get the people don't want to work, they're aging out. We're getting safety concerns, we're getting repetitive strain, all of those challenges that really are driving it. You see a lot in agriculture in general, in fruit, and in very much so in fish ponds, seafood processing, food processing in general. We haven't engaged much on the Bev side. I want to talk obviously about Beverage today because I think there are huge advantages to automate, and there are some real bits of low-hanging fruit that I want to try and focus on as we go through the day. On the innovation front, what are we doing? We're doing stuff like machinery design. We're working on things like future lobster bait. We're working on packaging with groceries right now. We're working in the fishing scene, trying to work on safety considerations. You consider the average guy on the back deck of a fishing boat. He's lifting 750 times a day. He's lifting over the operational health and safety guidelines. And he's also on a moving platform, and he's twisting, and he's braking, and you wonder why he goes home at night and drinks a bottle of rum, so we can get through the season. So we're trying to focus on real challenges in real food. Another part of what we do, and I thought this was kind of interesting because it's got a beer can. So when we get into the engineering and understanding complex problems, we have developed a strong capability of really understanding at a mechanical level what's going on. So this was just a bit of fun to put together. It's a dynamic analysis of what happens when you step on a beer can. But this is just a demonstration of the technology that's out there. When you think about how you apply engineering in product design, this is the kind of level you've got to get to. In a more production setting, this, I think, is a piece of potato processing equipment. But if that thing is designed to run 24/7, 365 a year, and you're throwing tons and tons and tons of product through it, you better make sure it's designed to withstand that. And so what we're doing here with these tools is we're really understanding the loads that are applied during the process. If this thing is going onto a fishing boat, what weather, what ice, and what impact, and what blast in an aerospace defense setting. What are the forces that are going to kill this thing over time? We focus a lot of our attention on that. This one is kind of interesting because this is another cobalt application, but again, it's a bit of fun. What can you do? You can do pretty much anything you like with these things. Cobalts are designed, and Shane will talk about this later. And Charles is here from Mescal as well. He'll talk to you all day long about the use of cobotics. Cobalts are really suitable for this kind of industry and this kind of region because they're designed to work alongside people. So if you have a labor problem, you can now start looking at these sorts of technologies to work directly alongside where you would have had someone on the line. We're looking very extensively now of using cobalts to palletize, and this one is very, very relevant for the beverage industry. You all have 10 to 30 to 60 pallets a day that you're loading or building in your facility. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, and all they're doing all day long is just picking boxes up, putting them down, twisting, lifting. And some of them, obviously, in the beverage industry, these are heavy weights. The palletizing technologies that are out there now using cobalts are at the point where you can start doing those tasks completely automatically or nearly completely automatic. So that's a topic for discussion today as well. The demonstration of the Mona Lisa there was interesting because we put that up on LinkedIn a couple of years ago, and the way that the guys did that was they actually broke in behind the scenes of the standard operating code, of the standard operating system of that robot, and kind of hacked it to draw the Mona Lisa. And that's really a demonstration of what we're bringing to the table as an integrator. We actually got pinged by people from Omron and a couple of other robotics companies saying, how do you do that? Because we haven't seen that before. So let's talk about the role of the integrator. One of the biggest challenges to automation is you've got a big supply chain out there that are running around saying, buy my thing, buy my thing. But particularly when you talk about robotics, you've got to understand how it's going to be used. You buy a robot, it will come in a big cardboard box on a pallet, and you unpack it. You have to wire it up, you have to program it, you have to give it something to pick up, you have to integrate it into your facility. And that is not a job that the supply chain typically does. So we looked at this a few years ago, and it was on the back of a tour of our facility by Francis McGuire, the president of Acadia, who was really driving, this is what's going to build business in Nova Scotia and Atlantic Canada over the next 10 years, is automation. But there is a lack of integration capability here. So we saw that as a call to action, kind of post-Ivany, get shit done. So we really invested. We've expanded the team. We put a robotics lab in up the road where we can actually practice and play with some of this stuff to solve problems. But what we do is we work to identify the problem and really get under the skin of what you're trying to do within your business. Once we've got a really good handle on that, we understand how we're going to solve that problem. Then we turn around to supply chain and we deliberately work with everybody so that we can pick the best and the most cost-effective components, pull that together, design it, build it, integrate it, and then once you're happy with it, push it into your facility and train people how to use it. And that's a really important role in this arena, because the people that we're working with, they don't understand control systems, they don't understand robotics, they're not going to learn how to do the coding. So we can offer that service. Let's talk about real world. This is Phil LeBlanc down at IMO-Food in Yarmouth, great guy, great advocate for industry locally. He's selling tinned fish all over the world, all across Canada, in Costco, Australia, everywhere. He wants to expand his business. He can't get enough labor in there, and so he looked to automation. So we've been working with him for 4 years now, looking at his 60, 70, 80-year-old equipment in some parts of his facility, working with him to upgrade old equipment, replace it with new equipment, investing in the business, but then also really solving some complex problems within that business. This particular process was interesting because every day they were packing tinned fish into literally 40-year-old cardboard boxes, palletizing them, driving them around the building to their storage area, and then when they were ready for packaging, unpacking those old boxes, packaging them in their retail packs, palletizing them again and sending them to the warehouse. So we went in there and said, there's probably a better way of doing that. And we ended up with, obviously, a robot. Next chart. But more importantly, we put in an entire production system. So this is the downstairs of the plant. We put in a big spiral conveyor. We went all the way through the warehouse, into his packaging area, into a new packaging machine, put in a robot, and there's the palletizer. So that transformed the business. That alone allows him to do double the production that he was doing before we went in. So now he's immediately in not only Costco in Atlantic Canada, but Costco across the country. He's going into grocery chains in the States. He's maintaining his relationships with his Australian chap. So he's really investing in the business. The next step with this one, so the work we've done this year with this site, is we've invested in what's called SCADA systems. So command and control at a high level, top-down view of my business. What's going in, what's going out. A lot of this is driven by just economics, but it's also more importantly driven by food traceability. So the ability to take every piece of aluminum that comes into his place, that he turns into cans, every glue, every label, every bit of fish, every ingredient that goes in, and being able to consolidate that into a single view of the world, where once a client comes back to him with can you tell me about this particular can of fish, he can trace that all the way back through his production chain. So that's hugely important. So we've put in this system over the last few months, and this is now giving him data. It's giving him information on the machines in his process. We're still working on some of the older machinery, the stuff that actually makes the cans. But the stuff that cooks the cans, packs the cans, is all now part of this system. A very, very important development for him because it's really laying down the future of his production. The other important thing we've done here is we haven't gone in and said, sorry, Phil, we need to build a new building. We've worked within the constraints of the existing building, like every other fish plant in the world, or certainly in this part of the world. It's only a wharf and it's space constrained. In other client sites, we've gone in and we've said, we can get you to the next 3 years within this building by doing this, 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 and this. But after 3 years, you now need to be thinking about putting down a pad somewhere and tilt up and working with construction to build a new facility. But we're building out that plan forward as we go through the process. These are just more screenshots of the kind of look and feel. The ultimate deliverable is reporting. So this is performance on the robot side. It's also shift production. It's also pallet production. All of the travelers that you see in most manufacturing processes, the sheets of paper that go through the process, that's now all within the system. And it's printing labels, it's printing shipping, packing labels, etc. So it's a real advance for him. He's very happy. He loves it. So if you're ever down in Yarmouth, just knock on his door, he'll show you around. Hate me for saying that. But it's just one example of some of the stuff that we're doing in some of these more rural artisanal industries. The other thing he's doing down there, which is important, is he's found his youngest, brightest line worker and said, hey, do you want to get into this stuff? And so we're training the people who are interested in that role in his plant to do the control. So to actually do the program, not the programming, but do the recipe selection and the job setup selection for each day and the report taking and so on. And that's a really interesting piece of this, because for the most part, there is someone within the facility that would like to do that kind of work, and they can see that as a higher value job than just packing boxes. This is another kind of weird one. It's sea cucumbers. If you've ever got up close and personal with sea cucumber, they're very interesting things. Sea cucumbers are a hugely valuable product in the seafood industry. There are 6 or 7 seafood producers in Atlantic Canada. They send all of their product to China, so it's a great export market for us. But they're really quite difficult to work with on a bunch of different levels. This is a company down in Pubnico, Ocean's Pride Fisheries, and they came to us with the age-old demographic challenge. I've got 4 late 50s, early 60s ladies that have worked in this facility forever. They're all retiring out, and their job all day is to pick up 25-pound totes of dried sea cucumber, tip them out onto a table, and sort the good ones from the bad ones. The good ones go into premium packaging and get premium price. The bad ones, the only difference is they just don't look right, is that they get ground up and put into, ironically, even more valuable supplements. They get ground up into tablets, and people take them. I take them, they're great. It's fine. 75 years old, maybe. What we did with this one was we worked the problem. You can't open a catalog and say, I'd like to buy a sea cucumber grading machine. So we worked the problem, we understood exactly what he wanted to do. And to cut it short, this is what we ended up with. A tub dumper up here that we got built by CMP up in Charlottetown, a simulator that we designed ourselves to put them all into a single line, metal detector that we bought off the shelf and integrated in. And at the end is a camera system that is looking at each individual sea cucumber, putting it through a bunch of algorithms, working out whether it's an A grade or E grade, and then diverting. So the ladies are no longer doing heavy lifting. They're there as final QA check and making sure that things are good. And they're no longer carrying these boxes around, everything's on carts, and they're just, they're working smart and hard. It's probably enough on that. Obviously, I will make a presentation available. So that's really it for me. It's a question of understanding the problem, understanding what the drivers are in the business. Typical next steps from my perspective are discovery. And what we've done there is we've been working with many different companies, from sort of battery companies to other manufacturing, a lot of food, to walk through the entire process, identify where the lowest hanging fruit is, where are the choke points in your process, where are the really expensive steps in your process. Let's focus on them and come up with a plan for the next 2, 3, 4 years of how you can get through this and increase your production. Pretty much every single one of those processes, of those discoveries that we've been through, we've ended up delivering a plan of, we'll say, 10 identified challenges, costing of how to break the back of the problem and do some conceptual design with our supply chain partners to come up with a detailed way of solving that problem. And then what we call a wild ass guess on the value of what it would cost to do that. Without fail, pretty much every one of those assessments, we've ended up saying, if you identify these challenges, you spend this much over the next few years conceiving and working out how to solve these problems, and you invest, let's say, $2 million or $1.5 million over time, you can double your production without increasing your staff. And we've seen that everywhere. We delivered results to a company over in Burnside yesterday, and we said 25% of your labor, $1.8 million, is spent waiting for stuff to finish over here so I can move it over there. waiting for this particular process or these people to finish what they're doing so that I can do what I need to do. So understanding at that level what's going on is really, really important. So I'm going to leave it there and get out of here. Zane is with me today. She's just started, be gentle, but she will answer whatever questions she can later on. If I can, I will get back across later on. But feel free to reach out to Zane, and I'll leave some business cards on the table for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're just gonna take a couple seconds and get set up for the next. All right, everyone, welcome back. I'm just going to jump into remote health presentation very shortly. And to put you on whenever you want.
My name's Trevor Hager. I lead the operations of a company called Remote here in America. My colleagues here sales and customer success. Here we are, and we're going to tell you a little bit about remote and a little bit about what we're here for, what this that. So who's Remote? So Remote is a company, like I said, based in Dartmouth. About 15, great dedicated technical staff and sales support. It was founded in 2016 on the basis of monitoring communications globally in what would traditionally be telecommunications with the can't be monitored. So think about land mobile operator sites that are in the middle of nowhere that don't typically network operators don't have access to see if they're all operating effectively, and if they have drop should be reducing cost of maintenance. So and then we're also supported by some great organizations here in the region. Lots of familiar names up on the right hand side. Of course, SBI, and amassed a pretty interesting list of international customers. A lot of names I recognize, government, Clearwater, and others. And then we've a strong relationship with the local post-secondary education system, with NCC Valley, and others. So, we're really integrated with the ecosystem here, from technology development perspective, and excited to tell you a little bit more about our platform. So, what is Remote build? Effectively, we build solutions that monitor our edge. So the things that can't be monitored typically, we bring that all the way back to our cloud architecture, to useful operational platforms for our end product users, and help form operational decision making with machine learning, AI, and data science. Our first problem, like I mentioned, we pointed at was the mobile radio communication space. We are actually in the middle of deploying that technology on thousands of devices around the world for a reputable local company here. And the next thing we did was this kiosk platform you can see here, which is really to help workplace management process in light of COVID-19. And I think that's going to be most of the focus of today's conversation. And then the future, happy to report that we've got our next future direction identified in our active surveillance and application process. Happy to talk about that anytime as well. Go to the next. So, if you're thinking about COVID-19 as an organization, these are some of the key points that may be familiar in terms of the type of things the organization might be facing in terms of protecting your workforce from occupational safety perspective. The obvious thing of keeping COVID-19 out of workplaces and out of facilities. Efficiency. So, some of our clients, are bringing hundreds and hundreds of people in the door every day, and COVID screening practices can actually impact productivity, efficiency by long executed at the door coming in, and resourcing. So, a lot of companies are facing organizational challenges and staffing their processes and mitigation around that. And results, our customers and target markets are concerned about loss shutdowns due to COVID-19, cost, efficiency, and at the end of the day, retention for people. So what is remote health? So it's an interesting platform. This upside down triangle is something that anybody who's not teaching health and safety will be very familiar with. It's called hierarchy of controls. And the further up the stack you are, the more effective your occupational health and safety solution is. So when we started this pandemic, there was a lot of organizations that were doing manual on-site screening. So you drive, and even today driving, you get somebody standing there asking you for your QR code, asking you for your ID, and screen you in. And so that manual process is often paper-based. It relies on the use of PPE for the people that are doing it, because they're literally, right next to every single person coming in the door, and it's costly. Look at self-administered processes. So the idea of checking yourself in when you get there, that relies on every single person doing that. It relies on what the corporate policy is on that, and making sure that they do it. So you can automate in a contactless way, and have it be fast and traceable and extensible other uses. That's what we set up to do over a year and a half ago, and that's what the market is that solves that problem. So we could look at functionally what remote health is or remote is built. It's this kiosk. You plug in the wall, one outlet, so they're connected. You don't have to deal with IT departments. Basically, doing up around 5 to 10 minutes. You get real-time data so that it pushes the screen results to cloud architecture, where operators can look at that daily whenever they want to, and see what's going on in the workplaces. And it's contactless, so we came up with what we pretty innovative solution around using foot pedals as the UI, which is something that's pretty unique. To avoid having touch screens, and it's familiar to industrial workplaces who are all used to using foot pedals. And it has employee ID, so employee identification across there, so that when employees check in, it marries up their employee ID to their entry record, which is important from a traceability perspective. And it's flexible questioning, so you can tweak your questions, change your questions you want to ask employees on the way to the door, and it does mass detection as well. It's a pretty robust solution for entry. Got some happy customers, both of those that are early supported, recognize them. Northwood, so our units are in active use. Northwood, with the challenges they've gone through the pandemic, and they solved remote health key piece of their response. We have a very well-known international seafood processor that we're deploying on the side of the ocean. We use this across all facilities, or most of the key facilities anyway, and identify this as being a key piece of their response. These plants you would recognize that name. So it really does form a key piece of response and ability to check employees and contract with them to facilities. So I'll turn over to Jordan. Jordan's going to do a little bit of a demo and tell you a little bit about how this thing works.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Jordan. I'm the part of the customer success and sales as well with Trevor at Remote. If I can get a volunteer that wants to try it out for a second, I would love to have them see how easy it is to interact with the machine for the first time. I'm going to give you a key fob for a personal card, and you can pretend that you're an employee at a facility and you're coming in. The first thing you're going to do, you're going to stay close to the thermal camera. It's going to pick you up. And if you get closer, it's going to take care of it. You might have to take the hat off, just because that's if you reach the temperature on the forehead. And once it touches your temperature, it's going to find your question on the screen, and then you can answer it to the picture. First question was, do you have an ID? So send it right. Essentially, once he's done with the screening, all these answers and the data that we capture at the machine, that was going to fall onto the portal side. You'll be able to see whether he passed or failed. So the first time he failed because he did pick up the ID, but the second time he passed. And, as you can see his temperature and the ID number on the card. Normally, most facilities will have the number attached to a name. So we don't display a name on the portal just because most people wanted to, they decided that that's what they wanted to do. I'm just gonna sit down and guide you guys quickly to the portal. So right here, you can see the time like screen, the facility code, the ID is mainly attached to an employee. It picked up that he was wearing a mask, but if he was not wearing a mask, it will show up as no, and you can also get alerts based on that. It can be defined whether you're an employee or a guest. So if you're a guest, sometimes you want to make them go through the whole questionnaire, but if you're an employee that comes every day, you might not get them to go through all the questionnaire. And you also want to, you can see whether the password fell based on temperature, in this case it is good, and you can see all the answers to the questions. Yes, so normally we ask 4 different questions: a symptomatic question, travel-related question, contact with the confirmed case, or how you feel tested. So the portal, you can definitely define a lot of the set points. So you can define when you choose to get an alert based on the temperature. So 38 degrees is when you consider to have behind a fever. So we will send an alert based on that. On the landing page is really just like kind of like the first thing that you instructions, basic instructions that you want to give the person that's about to do the screening. You can add or remove questions. So in this case, we have the ID question. Most people, they don't want to ask the ID question because they were more like on a public setting, so they didn't want to ask for IDs. But if people, some of my customers that do have on organizations, they want their employees to be screened and they wanted to know who was it that they were coming in. You can add or remove questions and you can select whether you pass them or fail right away based on the answer of the question. So if somebody's not feeling well, you automatically want to tell them to go home. You don't want to bother them to go through the rest of the questions. And then the end result, so if you want them to come into your building, you can tell them, please proceed. Don't forget to wash your hands, so friendly reminder, or if you fail, please enter phone 911 or call anybody that you guys have assigned to have this feature. What makes this a little fun for customers that they have multiple entry in the multiple set of entries, you can really just assign, you can deploy the skills at each of one of those entries and define a different person that gets alerted for certain fields. So if you have one in the front and one in the back, you can say Joe is responsible for the front, while Maria is responsible for the fields on the back. So there's 3 different uses that you can apply. One will be a user, one will be a technician, the other one will be an admin. Admin will have access to all the units and will be able to define what questions go on each of those units. And a technician will be only able to make changes to the specific unit that has been added to him, assigned to him for the admin, and then the user just gets to see the data. With everything we said, with all of this, the user can choose whether they decide to get an email alert or a text message alert or both of them. So that's pretty much it for us. And you just really get to want to show everything that shows we get to see all this in a multiple across multiple. If you have multiple units across different areas, you get to see all of it. So we have customers that they have units all across Nova Scotia, so that they're able to be monitored from one central point. We also have insights, and this is basically on contact tracing side of things. So if you're able to, so if you need to go back in time and see who was it that came into your facility at a specific date, then you're able to pick the data that you want to see, or up to a whole week, and then see all those entries and all the people that was in the facility at the time, and you're able to just quickly grab and contact all those people for the next thing here. As opposed to having to go back and look through a bunch of sheets or Excel, so you have to go and start sorting places where you can contact people. So, does anybody have any questions in regards to the portal? No, that's fine. Bring it back to the server.
But give you a good perspective of, what the heck this thing does. And what's been developed, by fire company for your design. So it's, and it's evolving. So, just a little flow chart, of, to look at, what goes into this from a flow chart perspective. That's the top, the process from walking through. Sample questions, it's, you can really use it to ask anything you want, which is kind of interesting. Like when you think about, employee engagement, you think about checking employees on the way in the door each day. We built this for COVID response, but the reality is, we first don't use it for a lot of things. So, ask the questions that are mentioned, or, it's like, so it's really an employee engagement platform on the way in the door. As we're mentioning that you can add different questions so that they whether or not they work or whether or not they fail, the person or depending on if you have a question you want to ask, but it's just for you, engage your employees who want to know something. You can do that without having them fail to resolve. So, some of the pain points that we're hearing from organizations, are, clients, resourcing, rapid testing has been an evolving topic. So, we have been exploring ways that our platform can be help employers administer regular rapid testing programs. This hybrid vaccine effect, of course, is a complicated topic these days. Although I think it's leveling out, which is employers are more and more saying you have to vaccinate, you can't come to work. But a few months ago, that was a very fluid topic. WarrierTech group vaccination is a more recent one that's really coming to light. As facilities bring more visitors and more contractors into their workplaces, having efficient and solid ways to make sure they capture group vaccinations. It's something that we are exploring now. Actually, I'll say a little bit about that in a few minutes. And being ready for contract-based events. So we're talking they say things like, well, I don't know if somebody called or I don't know how long it's on the list of who's been in our facility. Financial cost, employee concern, workplace safety, and efficiency loss and optimize. So these are just some of the pain points that we're talking to our customers. They tell us that they're after looking at or how can folks use this platform? So there's the kind of try to through the answer questionnaire protocol in COVID-19. Some of our customers and therapists we're talking to are looking at trying to use this for time entry for payroll work. So if you think about coming into our facility, a lot of rural industry especially don't have modern ways to tap in for time entry, and they still do everything payroll like manual, which that's what great in this day and age, but that's the way some of the industry still works. OHS compliance questions, so you can ask things about, did you remember bring your PPE in your work groups today? Or things, anything related to that. Employee wellness check, so, just how you feel today, ask what there's opportunity there. Triaging vaccine employees, so a lot of workplaces now, if you are vaccinated, they want to lower the burden of coming into work and allow you to come into work with kind of or unproductive. And whereas unvaccinated employees, they want to run through more process, so they may want to run their unvaccinated employees through more questioning, through rapid testing, and through other things. And so our kiosk help solve those triaging problems. And supporting a rapid test program. So I mentioned vaccination. So, you know, you've probably sick of hearing about QR codes. Media, you know, all the stuff going on, trying to figure out how to store it on your phone and print it off or whatever you might do with them. And it's actually a very complicated problem. So, you know, if you look at vaccine passports globally, QR codes, even now, just in Canada, they're just finally getting something that's reasonably unified across the country. So, with the exception of Alberta, which has decided to do something different, everybody else is mostly in line on how they're doing this and standardizing. And you know, if we'll go to Europe, they have a couple different systems, but they're trying to get to the standard QR code vaccine passports. US is all over the map. So and it's complicated because you know what you put in the QR code, how do you deal with privacy issues? You know, how do you standardize when everybody's doing something different? And so we got to work on this a few months ago. Started to see the writing on the wall. It's going to be a problem that we should be able to solve with our kiosk platform. And I have to report that we're right now tested QR scanners, and we're actively have to implement QR scanner into a kiosk QR code so that it's just another use purpose for our kiosk platform or used to log vaccinations and alert or not based on whether they have them or don't, and be able to help solve that problem as well. So, we're trialing with customers in December and hoping to make a decision on the adoption. So that'll be useful for existing customers and also see a lot of ability extending the platform out to more public uses potentially. And other uses where facilities kind of log visit and contractors who come in, they want to make sure they do the due diligence, make sure. And it also allows to grab, so the QR codes actually have name embedded as well, so visitor check. And we are thinking of things like, you know, if you tap your employee ID and you use your QR code, you know, is there a way to validate the two, you know, so that they can say, make sure that, you know, somebody's not using somebody else's QR code. We're on the way to validation. So hopefully that's kind of the end of the presentation, but you know, hopefully that's a bit of useful information there and that's relevant to organizations that you're working with today.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Any questions? No? Great.
Okay, we're just gonna take about a 10-minute break. If anyone wants to go stretch their legs, use the bathroom, grab a coffee or water or muffin, while we just queue up our next virtual presenter. So.
Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, I can't see my screen.
We can hear you, yeah?
Yeah, just trying to share my screen.
Okay, no worries.
Start video. I need the screen. Okay. Share. Can you see my screen?
You can go ahead and get started whenever you're ready.
All right. Okay. I want to start. You can't see me. Does that matter? Okay. Can they hear me?
Sorry, no, it's okay unless you wanted to put on your camera, but otherwise you're good.
Okay. I don't know how to put my camera on. So anyway, okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome from a very snowy Lockport. Hope you're all having a good time there today. My name's Guy Tipton. I'm here with Cyril Murr, and we are BrewWizz. We've designed a little product called the BrewWizz that simply puts the balls in beer, and not only beer, but lots of other beverages. So I've got like a little. Hang on. Sorry, I got like a little promo video that I just want to show you. I've got a couple of videos, and I don't mind if people laugh at them. They're meant to be a little bit spoofy and enjoyable. So, okay, here we go. This is our little promo video. All right, there you go. There's our little promo video. That promo video was actually done by one of the chaps at Ignite Labs down in Yarmouth. Yeah, the BrewWizz, just going to talk a little bit about the installation. It's a very simple product to install. We'll start here. We have like a little wall power supply that plugs into the bottom of the BrewWizz, and then every BrewWizz needs a dedicated CO2 regulator. We have a little flow controller on the side, and I'm going to explain what that's required for. And then a hose that goes out to your carbonation stone. just here. There's a check valve in that line to stop air flowing backwards. We have a temperature sensor that goes into a dedicated thermal well, and then we're connected on the bottom of the FizzWizz to the CIP arm via this thing we call an arm separator, and that's so that we can measure the head pressure in the tank. So this is a FizzWizz that's installed at Boxing Rock, and it's mounted on a wall. This one here, we call it the Danny trolley, and that's Annapolis Brewing, and Danny has very cleverly mounted his on this kind of like BRIV type trolley that he scoots around. He has a little cleaning bucket in the top, and excited about this power connection he's put on the back of the trolley there. But that means he can move it around from bright tank, from bright tank to bright tank every time he needs to carbonate. It just simply moves around. So it's a very lightweight product. Some people hook them on the front of their bright tanks. But anyway, so that's the install. I think it's pretty obvious what we're doing. We're carbonating here. But why was there the need for a FizzWizz product to come along? Well, that's because putting bubbles in beer or beverages is kind of a tricky thing to do, and beverage experts are very good at doing it. There's lots of brewers that went to college and university, and they understand how to carbonate products very, very well. But as the businesses get bigger and you're handing that work off to like people who are running the bottling line, then now they have to understand the science and the art of it, and that's not so easy. So to get bubbles into solution, there's a couple of things that you have to understand. You have to understand there has to be a pressure difference. And a lot of people think about the pressure difference of the pressure in the tank and the pressure in the product, but actually the pressure difference comes from this thing called Laplace pressure, and that's actually the pressure inside the bubble. Then the next important thing is chilling. Colder the solution without freezing, then the easier it is to dissolve gases into solution, and that's called Henry's law. And then there's also in alcoholic beverages the problem of alcohol content and specific gravities. So, for example, a stout doesn't carbonate the same way as a pilsner, for example. They're different styles of beer, and the way they carbonate are very, very different. Then we have surface area, and that's the available surface area of gas that's available to be dissolved into solution. And again, that comes from bubble size. And then you have to figure all that out, and you have to somehow get that crammed in to your production process. And sometimes, if the temperature's not right, or you haven't carbonated a particular style of beer before, or your stone isn't working properly, then the time can just become a real hard thing. It's a movable thing that you can't manage. So that's why we needed to come up with the FizzWizz. So I'm going to talk a little bit about. I've just spoken about this. Is that like stouts and lagers have different style of carbonations. I should have flicked through. To this page. The other thing about carbonation too is carbonation is putting CO2 into solution, and it also kicks out freely available oxygen. So a good carbonation helps reduce the possibility of secondary fermentation in the bottles. Right, so importance of bubble size. So this is typical behavior in a brewery, where you've got someone trying to listen to the bubbles coming out of the carbonation stone in the bright tank. And typically what they'll do is they'll set the pressure regulator to a couple of PSI to try and overcome the wetted pressure of the carbonation stone. And then somebody has to just crack the handle a little bit and just listen to the CO2 trickling through the carbonation stone. And so what they're trying to do with that is they're trying to create really, really small bubbles. And they're trying to create really, really small bubbles because what you want is lots of surface area for little volume. So the surface area of the bubble, the volume ratio needs to be as big as possible to give the maximum opportunity for that CO2 to dissolve into solution. So if I put some numbers up here, they kind of don't mean anything until you put the ratios. So a bubble that is 1 micron in size, which is over here, has a 6,000 to 1 ratio from surface area to what's actually involved, what's actually inside the bubble in CO2. So what you actually want is like thousands and thousands of 10 micron, 1 micron bubbles. You want thousands and thousands of those and not one of these one big bubbles. And a really good way to think about this is the same way as if you were to drop an ice cube in your favorite beverage, and you drop one single ice cube in there, and it takes forever for that ice cube to melt, and it doesn't really chill your beverage. But if you crush that ice up and put it in, then you have way more surface area. So the opportunity to transfer the coolness of the ice cube into the beverage is much, much bigger. And it's the same with CO2 and bubbles. The more tiny bubbles you've got, then the greatest surface area you have to do that transfer. The other thing that's interesting is the pressure inside little bubbles. So a 1 millimeter bubble only has 0.04 psi in it. As you start going down smaller and smaller bubbles, then you can see that the pressure inside a 1 micron bubble is like 35 psi, and that is where the pressure differential actually comes from, dissolving CO2 into solution. It doesn't come from headspace pressure, actually comes from the pressure inside the bubble. And the bigger the pressure difference on the bubble to the pressure inside the tank, then under equilibrium rules, they have to equal out, they have to balance out. If you can get really tiny bubbles, then the pressures get really, really high. Okay, so managing your carb stone means making sure your carb stone is nice and clean, but making sure we don't exceed the flow rate of a carb stone is really, really important. So we have the flow controller on the side of the BrewWizz. This is obviously not a flow controller. Small bubbles take a long time to get to the headspace. So that produces a lot of opportunity for those bubbles to dissolve into solution. The big bubbles just end up in the headspace. So if you have big bubbles, the headspace pressure is not representative of any carbonation level. It's just bubbles in the headspace. And as those big bubbles break the headspace, then they take proteins and hop aromas away from your beer. They all get scrubbed out in a process called scrubbing. And once those smells and tastes and foam is in the headspace, they will never go back into solution. They're in the headspace and they will ever be in your beer again. So oh, I'm going the wrong way. So the smaller bubbles, they don't get to the headspace. They have lots of opportunity to dissolve in because they have very, very little buoyancy in them. They take a long time to get to the top of the tank, and that's what we're looking for. Once you've got really small bubbles coming from your carbonation stone, then that means all we have to do now is fix the electronics and sort the automation out. So in theory, on controlling the gas, in summary, this is a regulator. Its job is to regulate pressure, okay? And this is a ball valve. Its job is to isolate a joint and listen. You can't really listen to the size of the bubbles in your tank. That they're the two things. All these are actually not connected as control. So on the side of the BrewWizz here, we have this flow controller, and we have a way of optimizing the CO2 flow rate through your carbonation stone. Make sure that it stays, the carbonation stone is always producing small bubbles. Now, just to summarize all that, I spent a lot of time on bubble size, but it really is important. Summarize that. I've got this other video, and I'm just gonna get past the intro, and I'm just gonna play this video on bubbles.
Hey, just very quickly, we're not receiving any sound on the videos on our end.
I'm sorry?
We're not receiving any sound or audio on our end for the videos.
Oh,
Are you where are you? Are you online, or are you at the?
No. Well, in person and online as well, I believe.
I think you have to turn full volume on your side so your microphone will pick up the sound.
There's an optimization for sharing their computer sound as well.
Okay.
Okay, how about that? Did you hear it then?
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
And under view options at the top, there's one of the other screens that open. One of the view options. He might have to do it.
Okay.
He's on his side.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, guys. So on your end, Guy, up
Yeah.
at the top where it says view options, you want to click that and it should allow you to go to options and select output volume or output audio.
Not seeing view options. I've got taskbar, display settings, and what's this?
So go to the Zoom webinar, and then up at the top, you should see it says green, like something will pop down almost and say you're sharing your screen. It has a lot of options.
Guy, if you have problems doing that, I'm pretty sure you've shown this video a number of times, but don't just explain on the fly what's going on in the video. Be sure it's not a big deal for you.
Yeah, maybe just walk us through it. That would
Yeah,
be fine too.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, let's just do that. All right, thank you. Yeah, okay, so all right, I'll kind of talk you through it. All right, I'll turn the volume off on this. Okay, so I guess the point is here is what I'm going to play this video, and what we're showing here, I'm just going to show in. Okay, so if you look at this situation here, this part of the video here, the arrows are following the bigger bubbles, and the bigger bubbles are going to the headspace in your tank. So these are hydrophobic bubbles, these are called. So I don't know if you can see that the bigger bubbles there, the bigger bubbles will float, they float up much quicker than the small bubble, right? So this stone here, we're going to zoom in. So this is a little animation that we did of how bubbles are formed inside a carbonation stone. So the first part of this, we're going to zoom in onto the stone sidewall in a second. And you'll see that there'll be the beer phase, which is at the top, or the solution phase at the top, and the gas phase, which is at the bottom. So if the flow rates are turned down to the right, the bubble is manufactured inside the carb stone. And so as that bubble comes out, it has an opportunity to be the same size as the pore. But if you exceed the wetted pressure, then you end up with multiple pores, creating big bubbles on the surface of the carb stone. And that's hydrophobic. The first mode was hydrophilic, and the second mode was hydrophobic. And it's basically, where is the bubble being manufactured in the carb stone? So here, when this carb stone starts up, what you'll see is the really, really tiny bubbles start coming back down into solution. And that's basically the mode that we have to get carbonation stones in, regardless of whether you're using our automated technology or not. Okay, that's kind of that's the point of this presentation. And we manage that hydrophobic, hydrophilic using the flow controller on the side of the BrewWizz. Okay, is that all right, everybody? Okay, so the inaccuracies, I'm going to carry on now. Okay, the inaccuracies of carbonations come from a number of places. So in the brewing industry, typically people are using type 1, type 2 thermocouples. And those are the thermocouples that are on your like Ranco temperature controllers. So typically what people have been doing is they've been reading the temperature off the tank using their Ranco controller, and then reading the pressure off their tank using the analog pressure gauge. And typically there's very high inaccuracies in these types of devices. And there's also a thing called poor hysteresis as well. And that is when your temperature controller said your beverage was at 1 degree, the next time it might actually be at 1.5 degrees, but it's still saying 1 degree. So when you have those inaccuracies, when you try and use those tools to manage your carbonation, you can easily end up with like 30% errors. The other error that there is that we see as well is the differences in people's understanding between resolution and accuracy, right? So these 3 gauges here show a resolution of 1, resolution of 0.1, resolution of 0.01. Okay, resolution does not mean accuracy. So if you connect those temperature controllers up to a type 2 thermocouple, then actually you have an accuracy of plus or minus 2.5 degrees Celsius. And that is a typical format for temperature controllers in the brewing industry. They are, and same with pressure gauges. So if you add in the pressure gauge error and you add in the temperature error, then on your carbonation volumes, then when you were like shooting, let's say 2.5, you can easily end up with 2.2 to 2.8, just because the tiles are not repeatable and because of the error on the tiles. So automating that, basically coming up with temperature and pressure, low-cost temperature and pressure transducers enables you then to tighten all that up. And of course, on the BrewWizz is checking these pressures and temperatures every half a second, which you would not do if you were doing it manually. So if you fix all the temperature management, if you fix all the temperature and all the pressures, then you can easily achieve a 4.4 error as opposed to a 39% error. And then that puts you, when you're shooting 2.5 volumes, that puts you in the region of like 2.48 and 2.54. It puts you in a much tighter region by making sure all the sensors are correct. So we went and got this tested at Dalhousie University, and we shook the bottles, and they came across the next variability issue is that the various shakers that are supplied to brewers use different solubility charts. So they might be using a solubility chart that is based on a 1010 specific gravity product or a 1015, and that changes all the numbers too. And we can't find any solubility charts that actually take into account alcohol content. So as you can see, there's a huge amount of variabilities in carbonation. So we took our products and we got them tested, and these are the test results for BrewWizzes for the BrewWizz for repeatability on different types of products. So we had a 5% alcohol product with a 10 specific gravity, and we bought bottles from different batches, and we got this chap, Dr. Andrew McIntosh, to shake all our beers using a Zamanagel carbonation tester, and then correct everything for alcohol content and sugars, etc. And so when we were targeting 2.7 on this beer, repeatable, these are bottles from different batches. We came in, as you can see, very consistent results from different batches, and on average we came in at around 2.59 when we were shooting for 2.7. So we came in 0.1 of a volume below what we were targeting. So at first I was a little bit frustrated about that until we saw level of the repeatability of the product. And then we tested our second beer, which was slightly higher in alcohol, and we shook them on the Zamanagle with the wise professor, and we did 3 different batches, and we ended up with an average of a 2.61, which is when we were targeting 2.6, which is pretty nail on. So we were like, well, we don't understand that. Why is it? But, you know, we've got the repeatability. Sometimes the values come in a little bit low, and so we've fixed all the measurements. We put in a control process, but sometimes, you know, we come in a little bit low, but the results are suitable, repeatable. So what's going on with that? And so what happens is in beers, particularly beers, if you've got a higher alcohol content, then alcohol makes it easier to get gases in and out of solution. It increases the solubility of the CO2. So the products over 6%, even if they've got a slightly high specific gravity, are easier to carbonate than lower alcohol beers. And lower alcohol beers with a high specific gravity are even more difficult to carbonate. So now we understand that. So what typically happens in the field now is that people will record their results, and they'll record their alcohol content and their specific gravities, and then very, very quickly then can make up a lookup table to use the FizzWizz right across their product range and get really, really repeatable results. So these are the main features of the FizzWizz. Carbonation mode, we carbonate from 1.8 to 4 volumes. It has a bottling and canning mode to control the head pressure of the bright tank for bottling. It comes with a quick connection installation kit, supplies with a maintenance kit. It can be used with existing carb stones or with our ceramic stones. We make our own carbonation stone. And it also comes with this cool data dashboard for remote monitoring and historical plot. And our product is certified. It's certified for safety, certified for safety and EMC compatibility. Reported performances. We did a study at Tusket Falls, and on their first use of the FizzWizz, they had a 75% reduction in short fills, which was an approximate saving of $700 to them. The second highest cost saving was the bottling crew not having to wait for unfinished carbonation, or if the carbonation's wrong. So not having people standing around. The third biggest saving was in CO2 usage, and that was different from brewery to brewery, but anywhere from 28 to 50% reduction in CO2 uses from manual methods. And the consistency of carbonation between batches is better than 4%. And then the other one is that using a controlled system, using the FizzWizz, reduced the scrubbing on the product and helped retain aroma, taste, and body. So this is our dashboard, and I'm just going to have a quick look at this. This is actually what goes on in the bright tank during carbonation mode. This section here is called the pre-scrub, and then this section here is the carbonation area. The pre-scrub basically dissolves in just over a volume of CO2 and then vents it down just under a volume. And the idea there is that the freely available oxygen gets knocked into the headspace and then vented out down the CIP arm before you go into carbonation mode. So this little area here is quite interesting because the pressure builds up very, very quickly here, and that's proven that there was some carbonation during the pre-scrub. So that's quite an interesting plot to look at. The automation of carbonation has turned this into an overnight solution. So now the BrewWizz is carbonating your product through the night so that it's ready for packaging in the morning. And so enabling a product to carbonate over 14 hours is way, way better for the beer, because it means that you can dial the flow rates right down on the BrewWizz, and that creates less scrubbing in your product. So you end up with a better, tastier, more aroma filled product. We have over the last couple of years, we've created a whole online website presence. We have our BrewWizz.com, which has a whole bunch of watch and learn videos, which regardless of whether you're a BrewWizz client or not, I think it's worth a look at. The University of Florida actually use some of our videos to teach their students how to carbonate their products. We have a spare parts shop, and then we have the BrewWizz dashboard, and I think I can just bring that up. I think, is that gonna, did that work? Yeah, I think that worked. Yeah, there you go. So this is a BrewWizz dashboard. I'm actually looking at Boxing Rock right now. So it's very easy to click through the batches, and at first that looks like a little bit of a mess, but then if we zoom in here, we can see that classic carbonation curve. There it is. That's a classic carbonation curve. And then we can go to the next batch, and you can very quickly see that Boxing Rock have got all their numbers dialed in perfectly, and they're getting a very, very repeatable carbonation process. And over again, you can keep looking through their batch reports, and over again, you can find this carbonation repeatable process.
Bottling the other part. The other part is the
bottling mode. That's right. Yeah, that's right. You can also see. You can also see this section here is actually the bottling mode, and you can see how the BrewWizz is holding the head pressure shown in yellow here. It's holding the head pressure very, very stable at 15 psi for the canning and bottling. That's our dashboard system. And you can just look here. This is our website with our shop on it. It's got a whole bunch of spare parts in there. Buy hoses from us and all sorts of things. Have our carbonation stone check valve. I see. I know I'm getting close to running out of time here, so I just got to quickly get to this last bit. I just want to say that we are very proudly Nova Scotian. We've gone out of our way to make sure everything we do, the most of what we can do is done in Nova Scotia. So the product itself was designed by myself, working with Henry Pedro at Boxing Rock. The product is manufactured here in Lockport by Allendale Electronics. They test it here, they distribute it from here, they do all the assembly of all the circuit boards, the box build, the metalwork assembly, they do all of that out of this location here in Lockport. Our metalwork drawings are done by an old CAD engineer in Halifax. Our certification was done by the Nova Scotia branch of QPS. Our IoT dashboard and hosting is Hanatech of Halifax, and all our metalwork, carbonation stones, check valves, arm separator fittings are all done either by Redeem's BMW or Alloy Concepts, and all our welding is done by Atlantic Stainless Services, formerly Purity Stainless. And that was really, really important to us. It's really important to us for us to be as much as we can to be a Nova Scotian based product, and all of the main mechanical build stuff all done here in Nova Scotia, and that's something we're really proud of. I want to go to our favorite endorsement. These are the boys at Good Robot, and this is the best thing they could say about our BrewWizz. We also just want to thank all the collaboration that we've had from all the brewers in Nova Scotia. We have worked with a lot of brewers throughout the province, and I know that we've missed some off this too. And on top of that, I just wanted to mention as well is that Happy Belly Kombucha and Gutsy Kombucha were the first two non-alcoholic products that we carbonated. So you know, we've been very lucky to work with such a wonderful community. Working in the brewing industry it's been a really good experience for all of us. It's great people, very clever, sensible based people. Just the final slide here. We were an I3 competition winner, and you know, we're just looking back over what our sales performance has been. We all got hit by COVID. COVID kind of stifled our product growth, but so far 2021 is by far, and we're not even through. We're just halfway through our physical. Just over halfway through our physical year, and we've already blitzed any year on record. So, which is great for a Nova Scotia company. It's a great thing to do out of a small little village in Lockport. So anyway, that's our presentation. I'm sorry the videos didn't work properly. If you have any questions, then please feel free to contact Cyril or myself. If you've got any questions right now, I could throw it to the floor if I've got time. Sorry if I've overrun. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have a couple minutes before we jump into our next. If anyone has any questions, you can ask those now, or of course you can also follow up if you think of a question later. So I think we're good. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks so much.
Okay, thanks everybody. Keep warm. We have snow here. We have like inches of snow in Lockport, just so you know. So, anyway, drive safe. Drive safe, everybody, and we'll see you all again soon.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Dan. We're ready for you whenever you are. So if you want to go ahead and share your screen, you can go ahead and get started when you're ready. We're ready to go whenever you are.
Okay, perfect. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Joining us from the Discovery Center in Halifax. I've certainly been thinking about you guys this week, and with all the weather that you've gotten over the last couple days. So yeah, just being a fellow Nova Scotian, you guys are my thoughts. So I'm going to kick off today. Let me just share my screen here now. Just give me one sec. All right, so maybe let me know once you have that up on the screen.
Yep.
Good.
Okay, perfect. So again, good morning, everyone. Joining us this morning from the Discovery Center in Halifax. Thank you for having me with you today to discuss Telus Agriculture and the ongoing work and services that we provide across the agribusiness, food production, and consumer packaged good industry. Over the next 30 to 40 minutes, I hope to be able to provide you with a high-level overview of the work that we're undertaking at Telus Agriculture and Muddy Boots, and how we might be able to potentially support you across your supplier management, quality, and cold chain digitization journeys. So my name is Dan Rayfuse, and I originally hail from Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. I've spent the past 10 years of my career working across the food industry for organizations such as Highlander Foods, Compass Group and Foodbuy, and Cisco in a variety of supply chain and sales roles, which brought me to this role at Telus Agriculture. So I'm thrilled to have been invited here today by Doug and the team at Ignite to speak about Telus Agriculture and the value that we can help unlock for organizations spanning that end-to-end food and beverage supply chain. Today, I'll be covering and providing insight into our Muddy Boots software platform and the work that we do towards we're doing towards the launch of a unique and one of its kind commercialization temperature tag that we believe will really revolutionize that cold chain tracking space and allow you to understand the performance of your product in transit from end to end. So with that, I'll dive right into the content. So to kick us off, I'll first provide you with a high-level overview of what I'll speak to today. So I'll start by taking you through a high-level overview of Telus and the work that we do across the agriculture, fast-moving consumer goods, and retail space. Then I'll quickly touch on some high-level information about quality management platform and how it can be an enabler for the beverage alcohol industry. The quality management platform serves as the technology backbone for our cold chain solution, and I believe that that'll provide some good context in terms of how we're moving forward, integrating quality and cold chain into one singular platform. And then I'll finish off the presentation and spend the bulk of discussion diving into food waste in the cold chain. So we'll review some data from a recent proof of concept trial that we've just wrapped up. And it'll highlight some new insights and actionable data that we were able to unlock for all members within that proof of concept supply chain. So I will dive right in. So first off, I wanted to quickly touch on a little bit about Telus and Telus Agriculture. Being in the Canadian market, I'm sure you're fairly well aware of Telus Consumer and the services that we provide across things like mobile phone, internet, TV, and security services. But over the past 15 years, we've really diversified our core business offering across a number of major technology verticals, including consumer solutions, business and enterprise connectivity, IT, customer contact, and technical development solutions as well. We also offer a full stack of digital healthcare solutions under our Telus Agriculture Telus Health division, and have approximately 85,000 employees globally now. So Telus Agriculture, our newest business unit, offers full value chain SaaS solutions across the Agri-Food, fast-moving consumer goods, and retailer space. So today we'll be focusing on the solutions that we provide through Telus Agriculture and our Muddy Boots platform. And to note, Muddy Boots is wholly owned by Telus Ag. Now you're probably wondering, or I guess I get a lot of questions around why Telus would expand their capabilities into agriculture, agri-food sector, and the fast-moving consumer goods sector. And at first, I must admit as well that it seems like a pretty unlikely alliance. When I first had conversations with joining Telus, you don't really equate telecommunications and food and beverage in the same sentence. But if you dig a little bit deeper and look at historically the work Telus has done over the past couple of years, they really believe in building those stronger communities, ensuring equal access to technology, and promoting its responsible use. So we saw a unique opportunity to leverage that technology to help improve the access, quality, and safety of our food supply chain. 10 years ago, Telus invested significantly to pioneer the transformation of healthcare in Canada, and did so by actively working to eliminate data silos, to drive efficiency, collaboration, and digitize the value chain. And since then, we've grown into one of Canada's largest healthcare solutions and service providers. A little known fact about Telus Health is that they securely manage approximately 7 out of every 10 electronic medical records in Canada today across a variety of locations. So for example, your primary healthcare provider, your dental office, or physiotherapist, for example. So during this amalgamation and data and connecting data, we learned many important lessons on that healthcare journey over the past decade that we're now leveraging as we embrace agriculture. And many of the same challenges facing that end-to-end food supply chain are very similar to those faced in health. You have lagging technology adoption rates, isolated participants, and generally a poor flow of data and information among stakeholders. So just as we worked over the past decade to help connect and digitize the healthcare system to unlock those positive outcomes, our goal is to do the same to support the evolution of the agriculture and food, beverage, and CPG space. So over the past 2 years, Telus has started to bring together the teams and capabilities needed to transform the value chain. And we are now very uniquely placed to lead the way in agriculture technology on a global basis. And it's pretty unique for a Canadian company to continue to look for ways to expand their portfolio and really help different industries across different verticals. So our unique end-to-end approach doesn't exist anywhere else in the world today, and we certainly believe that it is our greatest differentiator. So I'm just going to make this full screen. So we don't necessarily have the time today to dig deep into all of the organizations, but I did want to highlight where we're at along our journey and some of those solutions that we might be able to support with across the beer, wine, and spirits vertical. So looking at our journey to date, we've acquired or made significant investment in 14 separate companies over the past 2 years. I say that these investments have been made over the past 2 years, but we've actually been engaging with industry for the last 5. So these organizations that we've acquired are located across the food and beverage value chain. So we don't have time, as I mentioned, to take a deep dive into all the organizations that that make up Telus Agriculture, but I did want to touch on a couple that service many leading CPG and fast-moving consumer goods companies and how we can unlock value for your business. So first off, Muddy Boots, they provide farm management, supplier management, and food traceability and quality management software solutions for all ends of the supply chain. So today we service a significant amount of viticulture organizations, so working with growers and customers to manage their supply chain from end to end. So that whether it's ensuring pre-season due diligence across a global supply base, including things like capturing on-farm input metrics, spray applications, field boundary mappings, and more, we can really support the viticultural industry through not only Muddy Boots, but also our acquisitions of Conservice and Agrian as well. Agrian is very unique in that they work with quite a significant amount of California wine growers to report out on regulatory compliance criteria surrounding spray records and ensuring that we're capturing what is being applied to those vines and when. You might have also seen recently in LinkedIn or online that Telus has also partnered with a brewery in Western Canada to track the grain and spelt right through from the time it was grown through to primary production through to that end can or bottle. So I can share some more information out on that following this presentation. The other organization that I wanted to touch on that can support the industry is Exedra. So Exedra provides retail execution and trade management solutions to some of the world's largest food, beverage, and CPG organizations, including leading beer, wine, and spirit companies. So they help organizations collect things like in-store intelligence, manage trade promotion spending, and also provide enterprise resource planning, warehouse management, and direct ship distribution software solutions. Our recent acquisition of Blacksmith also enables us to combine the 2 largest trade promotion organizations and increase our capability to provide data analytics on this front. So offering leading trade management for both food service and retail. And they work with some very large wine and beverage alcohol suppliers and producers, as well as smaller microbrewery ones as well. And then finally, our NanoThing solution, I will touch on that shortly and take you through kind of what we're doing to address and look at that cold chain value chain from end to end. So if you'd like to learn about any of these solutions following the session today, please feel free to reach out to me directly for more information, and I would be happy to set up a direct discussion with you. So if you look at these acquisitions, what do these companies mean? So what we're building is we truly are building out a new interoperable and connected value chain to transfer data sharing across the food and beverage industry. Our integration work is well underway, and we're working to launch and looking to launch our first agriculture data exchange services in Q1 of 2022. So really exciting. Our unique end-to-end approach does not exist anywhere else in the world today, and we certainly believe that it is our greatest differentiator to add value for our partners. Our goal is to enable a multi-partner ecosystem to organize disparate data sources, multiple systems, and various interconnected food traceability platforms. We're enabling that cross-value chain collaboration and a better flow of information from agribusiness through agri-food, while delivering that end-to-end monitoring, tracking, and protection solutions. And by building out these partnerships across the food system, will help to unlock those new opportunities and substantial business value for customers in the global food value chain. We believe that we can tackle these challenges and unlock value by working together in a collaborative way and further connecting and digitizing our food ecosystem from seed to farm to glass. And utilizing using these data insights and artificial intelligence, we'll help to optimize all aspects of the supply chain, achieving real outcomes. So things like reducing takebacks for input manufacturers with technology and data that allows better demand forecasting, helping advisors and farmers optimize production and profitability and unlock new opportunities further into the supply chain, enable better supply chain sourcing and traceability for processors and manufacturers to meet those evolving consumer demands, and help optimize go-to-market and promotions to improve demand forecasting, and ultimately find ways to reduce food waste through improved tracking and logistics services. So now on to Muddy Boots. Who are they and how the heck do they fit in? Well, Muddy Boots offers global leading data-driven software solutions across both farm and food system management. We're uniquely placed given that we work at both ends of the supply chain. We offer three main core products: Greenlight Farm Management, a farm and agronomy platform that connects growers and agronomists, providing organizations with the capability to capture things like on-farm data inputs, manage crop protection applications, and improve decision-making, production performance, and environmental management on farm. Our second product, Supplier Management, provides organizations complete visibility into their supply chains through collaboration. So whether that's holding and managing suppliers' due diligence documentation, certifications, mapping out your supply chains down to their tier 2 or tier 3 or tier 4 supplier level, or rooting out inefficiencies or assessing that supplier against your sourcing code of conduct, we even provide those built-in auditing solutions to allow you to measure supplier partners against things like environmental, ethical, or social risk criteria where and when you need to. So I'll share that with this platform, we're actually working with and developing out some really unique carbon footprinting tools that will be available in the second half of next year, where we can actually start to measure the carbon footprint of those downstream suppliers so that you can report out on an easy way. And then finally, our Greenlight Quality Management platform offers that intelligence approach to managing product quality, process, and facility checks. So we help organizations to drive accuracy and consistency across their business. So that's facilitating any sort of check across a raw material intake, manufacturing, processing, distribution, or food service environment. So it really allows organizations to take immediate action and provide them the ability to administer and assign corrective actions where and when they need to. So I just wanted to quickly note that the Greenlight Management will serve as the backbone to our cold chain solution. So our QM platform offers that intelligent approach to managing, as I mentioned, product quality, process, and facility checks. So it really allows you to standardize product specifications and process controls in a centralized way. You can analyze and compare supplier product performance so that you understand, where the best quality raw material inputs are coming from, or if you're having specific issues with suppliers delivering that raw material that then is being wasted through your supply chain. The built-in corrective action management and escalation, so it allows you to raise those real-time corrective actions, whether that's to your quality control manager, or general manager, or the supplier themselves. This can enable you to raise real-time quality concerns to a group of stakeholders where and when it's needed. Real-time reporting provides you with capability to instantly view on performance at an operational level and the ability to trend that data over time to identify strategic wins for your business. And then very, very simple integration. So if you have an ERP system, we can connect to that through a standard API or through manual data imports or bespoke integration. And the unique thing about the solution is it can be used on any device, any platform, online or offline. So it can operate across multiple platforms, and it's a relatively inexpensive solution to get you to digitize your quality management process and have all of that data as usable business intelligence. All right, so shifting gears, I'll spend the majority of the rest of the 15 minutes here just talking about the cold chain solution and food waste. So as we know, food waste is a major concern facing the global food supply chain. Many organizations have made commitments to reduce food waste across their value chains and are looking for technology solutions to help support those initiatives. The most recent Food Waste Index report released by the UN indicates that approximately 931 million tons of food is wasted globally, and that represents approximately $1 trillion in value on an annual basis. Of this, approximately 568 million tons are wasted in home, 242 million tons within the restaurant environment or takeaway environment, and then approximately 121 million tons at retail. So a massive challenge that's facing the entire global agriculture and food supply chain system. If we dig deeper into those stats, there are 5 main drivers of food waste within the value chain that cause the majority of the waste. So we have things like overproduction by processors, wholesalers, and retailers, damaged products at receiving into distribution and retail, lack of cold chain infrastructure, tight and rigid food grading specifications, and then finally varying customer demand and market fluctuations. So for example, as a result of over merchandising in store, or like we've seen more recently with supply chain interruptions. Interestingly though, cold chain infrastructure has been identified as one of the leading causes of commercial food waste. Over 40% of recorded inbound product issues are actually attributed to post-harvest temperature abuse. So pretty staggering percentage. When we begin to look at and explore the existing cold chain device market, it's evident that there's really been a lack of progress in the technology innovations over the past 15 years. Much of the existing technology is antiquated or operates on specific and proprietary networks. These devices also have a wide range of price and all have their own unique ways of being activated and reclaimed. Devices can range from $35 to $70 US for a single trip, depending on if it's an RF device, a Bluetooth device, or a cellular connected device. What we've also found is that these products also only measure the environmental temperature. They don't necessarily get close enough to the product to be able to truly record the product temperature. And over time, the industry assumption has been that the environmental temperature is equal to product temperature, which is fundamentally a flawed assumption. And I'll take you through some data in the following slides that'll speak to this. And then finally, these devices also have a host of different connectivity challenges. Some are on private or proprietary networks, forcing users onto a single network with the device, or the device needing to be connected to a USB connector for data to then be uploaded to a laptop or computer for that information to be disseminated. So you're probably wondering, how will a device and solution be different than existing products in market today? So what we're soon bringing to market is a unique solution that combines quality data, compliance data, and product temperature data in one easy-to-use platform. So the integrated solution will allow customers and partners to effectively manage inventory, improve their food safety operations, and drive towards the reduction of that food waste within their supply chain and value operations, and eliminate waste. So one of the conversations I was having earlier this week with a beverage producer in Ontario, they were talking about the fact that they have to use heated trucks and provide temperature data going into the Alberta Liquor Control Board or Alberta Liquor Gaming Cannabis Control Board. So they were looking for a solution where they would actually be able to get their data back to be able to understand, the implications of temperature in transit and if there was any potential freezing. So this solution really helps to address some of those challenges. So first, you can check by exception. You can divert inspection staff to inbound loads that are flagged as having known risk. So within that retail distribution environment. No longer do inspectors and quality staff need to go searching for a device in a truck. The platform also enables robust escalations. So if there was an issue, organizations would be able to know about that issue in real time through real-time reporting alerts when that known issue occurs. And this can be custom configured depending on the requirements of the organization. From an integration perspective, once a device is in range of the warehouse, it will wake up and enable data to be received automatically from the sensor. So this removes that data duplication and increases the inspection efficiency. So, if you look at lost time from just simply looking to find a data logger, this is just lost productivity time, whereas, this information is automatically pushed to you. And then finally, visibility. The combined solution provides a clear view of the business, consolidating cold chain compliance and quality data of your products into a singular view. And that view then allows you to begin to understand cause and effect in key areas to focus on within your supply chain for optimization activities. So you might, for example, have an issue with 3PL provider you might have an issue within your warehouse that breaks the cold chain or doesn't necessarily have continuity with the cold chain, which is affecting the product quality. So now that you've heard about the solution, you're probably wondering what the hardware component. If you can still see my video, this is an example of the tracking device. It's a paper thin electronics. It is malleable, so I can actually bend this completely. Water resistant and roughly the size of a postcard, or as I like to say, an iPhone 7 with no case. So very, very small. Very simple activation. To activate it, you simply rip the tag and it activates the product. You attach it to the case or pallet with the adhesive backing, or include it with the paperwork. So it's really just as simple as rip it, stick it, scan it, ship it. Very different than many of the temperature loggers today, which you have to, fiddle around with and press multiple buttons and aren't necessarily user-friendly. The product's disposable and does not need to be recaptured. So it does have a significant battery life, measuring at over 2 years. It has a unique battery drain process where the product can be recycled. And the product was tested and developed in cold storage warehousing and will operate in extreme temperatures from -40 to 60 degrees Celsius. So as I mentioned, it has automated trip upload based on when the product comes in. And how we do that, we simply set up a geofence around the facility so the device knows once it's in range. The product has temperature abuse flagging, which I'll show you a little bit later on in the presentation. And as I noted earlier, it measures the product temperature rather than the environmental temperature. So this product runs on a non-proprietary LoRaWAN network. And given that we are a telecommunications company, we are working to cellularize this product as well and expect to have that SKU available in addition to the LoRa solution in the next 14 to 18 months. So how does it work? From a hardware and connectivity perspective, the data is read from the tag by a gateway. So the gateway allows the asset tracking device to send and receive temperature data to and from the cloud. The devices are installed at both the shipping and receiving location. So the device plugs into a standard wall socket and has a range of up to 16 kilometers line of sight. Or in the warehouse environment, this range is reduced, but the LoRaWAN network does have much better connectivity than RF and Bluetooth in these environments with data transmission. So you should expect to get roughly a kilometer range within that warehouse environment. From a data backhaul perspective, we can connect to existing Wi-Fi or Ethernet in a warehouse environment. So we can also conduct backhaul with cellular data as well. And we can install these gateways in production facilities, stores, distribution centers, wherever the gateway is required. And in the future, we will be able to offer both a gateway and gateway-less solution as a result of cellular capabilities. One thing I will note as well is that given the LoRa technology being in its infancy today, there is no global standard. So you can ship product with these tags within North and South America. Exportation to the European market, we're working on some capabilities to be able to switch that when it goes overseas. So more to come within that. So we just have to understand the specific shipping routes that you'd be interested in trialing this product, and we'd be able to provide you more better insight into where you could ship product to utilizing this tag. All right, so I'm going to skip that. So from the software perspective, the product will utilize the backbone of the Muddy Boots Greenlight quality management solution. That integration will incorporate cold chain right into the quality management platform, so you can conduct both a dispatch and arrival check. And the functionality of the system allows for targeted email alerts and escalations of key issues to the stakeholders that need to know. So whether that's a site supervisor, a product buyer, or a key transportation personnel, they're able to actually receive that data in real time if there's an alert. The built-in analytics dashboard allows you to start visualizing trends in the data as well, such as, do I have poor performing 3PL carriers in my network, or there's certain issues reoccurring in the supply chain that are consistently causing product issues. So how does it work? Before dispatch, the tag is scanned and synced to the cloud. The required data is captured, and the tag is activated and stuck onto the required product. A dispatch report is auto-generated and accessible in real time to select parties. So depending on the unique permissioning of this, you can assign who that information goes to and where. Through transit, the tag continuously records data. The tag goes into a low power state mode, when it's in transit to conserve battery, and upon arrival, the tag connects to the gateway on the receiving end, and the data is automatically uploaded to the cloud and pushed to both parties. If there's any breaks in the cold chain within transit, the key stakeholders are made aware and notifications are escalated to the appropriate teams. So the teams can then expect the product to check for temperature abuse or damage. That compliance and quality data attributes can then be collected alongside the temperature data to ensure full compliance to your specifications. So the interesting thing is that that data is now available within our analytics platform, where you then can begin to easily trend, analyze performance data, and overlay compliance, quality, and temperature metrics in one view. So in January of 2021 through to April, we initiated a proof of concept trial in the heat of the Australian summer to test and validate the cold chain solution offer. And the following presentation will take you through high-level insights validating that proof of concept delivery. So we worked with one of Australia's leading retailers over the Australian summer to trial and stress test the solution. The pilot scope covered both internal retail distribution as well as supplier distribution activity. And we ran the trial between 2 centralized DCs and 8 supplier locations. So we looked at a variety of trip distances, with some being in the far north of the country, over 16 hours away, and others being in the south. And the trial covered multiple product categories, including a variety of produce, raw protein, seafood, veg, dairy, alcohol, beverage. And the trial consisted of approximately 1,000 trips and covered approximately $3 to $5 million worth of goods. So following the trial, we began to look at the findings in the data. So what are some of the items that we started to discover? First, on the storage side, we could see and begin to understand how long product sat in one location versus the time from that it was tagged. And we noticed that in some instances, product was stored in cold rooms or trailers for between 12 to 36 hours before dispatch. And these offer pretty significant challenges when it came to perishable products. We also found that the product was also exceeding temperature thresholds during the loading process, which I think is fairly common within the food supply chain today. In transit, supplier routing was generally running too hot, while their own intercompany transfers were running too cold. There were also certain routes that were identified where temperature fluctuations occurred that exceeded threshold and put product quality at risk. And then some suppliers and or carriers were utilizing the journey as a cool down period versus pre-cooling their fleets. So when it came to arrival, we also saw issues affecting shelf life. So when shipments missed delivery windows at a distribution center, for example, perishable product ended up sitting in trailers for over 24 hours, and product that had already limited shelf life on it, such as strawberries, saw it reduced by another 36 to 48 hours. And then finally, we saw some products exceeding temperature thresholds during the unloading process. The story is really in the data. During the trial, we found that approximately 55% of all trips breached temperature specifications in transit. 25% of those high temperature trips were actually food safety risks. 1/3 of low temperature trips severely impacted product quality, and 1/5 of all trips spent 8 hours or more outside of specifications. So some pretty eye-opening numbers impacting the quality and freshness of that product. So we pulled data on 2 products within the cold chain. First, we looked at a shipment of lettuce. So the first thing we noticed is that once the product departed, there was a rapid decrease in temperature, with the product sitting on the lower limit of that temperature threshold. The product continues to sit at that lower limit throughout much of the trip. And as the product came to arrival, we see that it actually dipped below the temperature line prior to receiving. So in the fresh produce world, that would more than likely be a 3PL carrier jacking the temperature of that reefer down because they understand the temperature and probing process at that distribution or receiving DC. Second, we look at an example of spring onions. We can see that the product was not pre-cooled before it left the location. During transit, the product experienced rapid cooling to the point where it dips well below the threshold for that specific product. And to note, we can set different thresholds for different products depending on your product category. As the product arrived into the DC, you can see that it's well below the limit. And in this instance, the product actually froze and resulted in a claim. So on that claim, the retailer in this case, thought that it might be a retailer, a producer issue, but in reality, it was a carrier issue. So it's great to have these data points in singularity, but what this data can do is help unlock benefit for all members within the cold chain. So first off, the retailers were able to benchmark their supplier partners and visualize the performance of their partners over time. In this particular instance, the retailer was able to reduce inbound red and amber temperature issues, so either fail or conditionally pass, by 30% within the 12-week period. And for the supplier partner, it also offered incredible value. The partners were able to reduce temperature abuse within their own supply chains and detail when and where issues were taking place. They were also able to create feedback loop, combining their quality and cold chain data on a singular platform. Previously, they were unable to retrieve this data as they weren't able to get that data back from the specific retailer. Now, this helps to enable that customer relationship process as well, with understanding of the product once it leaves their control. So this can be integrated into things like business intelligence, 3PL, carrier performance review, as well as having that shared data set for internal performance reviews or performance reviews with your customer partner. So quite a bit of feedback from the test and trial from both the retailer and supplier. So first, the product was super simple to activate. Given that the product was developed within those cold chain warehouses, it was simple to rip and scan and very easy application for that warehouse level employee. Second, it improved operational efficiency. The receiving depot no longer had to collect RF devices. Instead, they were able to simply toss the product, and that information was automatically uploaded to the cloud and flagged any potential issues on that inbound load. Third, it enabled the supplier and their partners to improve reporting and transparency. So really offer that one version of the truth, of a mutual truth between those trading partners. Fourth, both rejections and reworks were reduced across the supply chain. So it enabled that clear understanding of what product had temperature issues and what did not in real time. And the product was very cost effective, coming in below existing costs within the market, and ultimately added overarching value for all players within the beverage supply chain. So I want to thank you for the time today. I see that I'm at time. So if there's any questions, I would love to open it up and answer any questions that you might have. But again, thank you for inviting me today, and it was a pleasure to speak with you on this topic.
Do you have any questions in the house? We have a few. Okay, sorry, who had their hands up? There are a couple back there.
Yeah, is your data subject blockchain, or what's your protection on it?
Were you able to hear that?
So something blockchain.
Is your data subject to blockchain?
Okay, so today we are not doing it in a blockchain way, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we won't in the past. We've had a lot of internal discussions around blockchain and its feasibility. I think there are a lot of great use cases for blockchain within the ag industry. It just depends on the farmer records and if you want those farmer records to be locked. So many times within the ag industry, you do have to adjust or change records. So today, system is not based on blockchain technology, but I would say that it is in the realm of something that we would explore through further acquisition. We're probably about a third of the way through our first acquisition tranche. So you'll probably see quite a significant amount of growth across Telus Ag and our data exchange in the coming years. And I wouldn't necessarily rule out us looking at blockchain as a technology.
Do we have any other questions?
For the cold chain management solution, if you do any trials or anything, there are seafood for it, which is very sensitive to temperature.
Were you able to hear that, Dan?
No, sorry, I couldn't hear that one.
So it was with your cold chain management. Did you do any trials with seafood specifically?
Yeah, so with the trial, some of the product that was part of the trial included perishable seafood goods. And I can say that this product or this hardware that we're utilizing is being used by the largest seafood producer in the US. for their fresh
What is your
fresh products. So they're utilizing it for their king crab and shipping and distribution into major US and North American retailers. So I'd say it's, and if I say the largest, it's Trident's using it.
Do we have any other questions for Dan? No, I think we're good, Dan, but we'll, I'll make sure to make your contact info available for if anyone wants to follow up.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. And really appreciate, again, I really appreciate the time, and enjoy the rest of your day and your time at Garrison this evening. Wish I could join you guys.
Thanks so much.
All right.
Have a good
take
one.
care. All right. You guys too.
For those online, we're just going to break for lunch for about a half hour, so you can stick around or you can join back at 1. Thanks. Right, so welcome back, everyone. We have Shane here from Omron. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Can you just turn off your sound?
Sound on here?
Yes.
Good.
Perfect, yeah, go ahead.
Hey, everybody, I'm Shane. I'm the rep for Omron here in Atlantic, Canada. Want to thank Ignite for inviting me today and thank all of you for joining us. So today, I don't know, anyone here familiar with Omron other than Charles? Okay, just one person. So, hold on. All right, so today, I'm going to very quickly talk about Omron as a company. I'm going to talk about some trends that we're seeing in the food and beverage industry. Going to kind of compare standard industrial robots and this type of robot that you see on the table. It's called a collaborative robot. And then we're going to do a little demo at the end. So hopefully try to keep everything on time. I don't want to slow things down today. I know everyone's excited to get out of here and over to Garrison. So Omron's a relatively old company, established in 1933. Kind of started in the medical device industry. And this is a quote that we like to share with anyone new to Omron. This is from the founder of the company: "To the machine, the work of the machine, and to the man, the thrill of further creation." So
we're really trying to bring automation solutions to market that help improve lives and make things easier for folks that are, working in facilities, doing mundane jobs where they could be better suited, adding value to the production process. All right, so really, I can't get into much depth on the breadth of products that we have. We've got something like, I think it's like 300,000 different products used. We offer, sensors. We offer the logic controllers to help, manage machines. We have all types of different outputs, bunch of different robots. I'll get into that in detail. And we also offer all kinds of different safety products and safety services. So if you are running a facility and have a machine in there that you're uncomfortable with from a safety standpoint, we have the technologies to help make that machine safe. And we also have safety services professionals that can help evaluate the machine based on the current standards and provide you with some guidance on how that machine should properly be safeguarded. Safety in Atlantic Canada, not great compared to other places in North America. You can go into some fish processing facilities around here, and it's a pretty scary sight. So in terms of trends, today, we're looking at a lot of product variety demand from customers. I'm sure any of you folks that are doing, beer or wine or any type of product like that, your customers are constantly looking for something new. So you're going to end up doing things like small batch runs, constantly doing line changeovers. So this type of robot is pretty suitable for that type of environment. You're also going to be looking at, transparency in the supply chain. The guy from Money Boots was just talking about a really nice product to help monitor your product throughout the life cycle. We have some nice technologies that are helpful for traceability, so monitoring kind of the set points in your machine during the production process, so that if that stuff ends up on a shelf and it's bad, you can trace it back and say, hey, well, that's because our temperatures were way off when we were running that batch. We also have some nice products for validating kind of the quality of a product, like making sure that your labels are present, or making sure the bottle caps are all there, making sure that in your case of 12, there's actually 12 units in that box. So we're going to focus today on this part, the robots. If you have interest in vision solutions for looking at things in your production process that are kind of manually being done right now by an operator, just kind of standing there watching stuff go by, we have nice camera solutions to help with that. And like I mentioned before, if you want to monitor your production process to ensure that you've got a feel for what the machine is actually doing during the time of the production, we've got solutions for that. All right, so this is a snapshot of our overall robotics portfolio. We have standard industrial robots as well as the cobot, but we really focus on the smaller kind of hands-on applications where you're picking up small loads, maximum of about like 6 kilograms. We also have high-speed pick-and-place robots. If you're doing a production process that needs to be doing thousands of picks, we've got robots for that. The cobot we'll talk about. We also have mobile robots, which are great for transporting product from one spot in your facility to another, something that would normally be done by someone pushing a cart or pulling a pallet. We go up to 1,500 kilograms with our mobile robots now, so kind of replacing forklifts. All right, so for the most part in any robotic application, the goal is to go from something like this, where you've got 4 or 5 or 6 operators all around the machine, doing manual things like loading boxes, unloading boxes, putting stuff into boxes, and to get to a point where it's probably hard to see for some of you guys in the back because I've got my robot on the way, but get to a spot where you basically have like one highly skilled operator managing that whole cell, right? So for the most part, you're going to end up with probably an employee that's got a little bit more training, a little bit more technical skill set to help manage some of these products. All right, so everyone I'm sure is familiar with this type of a robot. You imagine them inside an automotive facility. What you're not going to see with robots like this is a person walking around in amongst the robot while it's operating. These robots are awesome. They can do amazing things, lift up really heavy stuff, move it really fast, but they're very dangerous. They're not designed to have people close to them. You need to have an area that's kind of fully blocked off from anyone getting into it. The collaborative robot is, not as fast. It's not as powerful, but it is, from a use standpoint, a lot easier in some cases because you can get right in next to it and kind of work collaboratively with the robot. So if you kind of compare the two, both of them can pick stuff up and put stuff down. The robot, however, is able to do it really fast. The collaborative robots are kind of limited in the speed that they can move. There are ISO standards that dictate how fast a collaborative robot is actually allowed to move. Both of these types of robots will work, hours upon hours without taking breaks. It's great when you can kind of set stuff up with robots where it can do a function overnight while no one else is in the facility, and you come in the morning and a bunch of product is packaged. A standard industrial robot certainly has a much better payload capacity than a cobot. I think the largest payload capacity for any cobot currently on the market is about 15 kilograms. It might be slightly higher, I'm not sure, but the standard industrial robots can go up to many thousands of pounds. So the danger associated with the standard robot, like I just mentioned, is much different. You have to have really significant fixed guarding and control access in place to ensure the safety of your employees. And that typically means that it's going to take up a lot more space on your production floor. So a lot of the facilities around Atlantic Canada, you're working in limited space. You don't have an area of your facility where you can, install a robot cell as big as this room. The cobot is really designed to take up a much smaller area on the plant floor, and I'll show some video examples of that. Are they expensive? I guess that all kind of depends on your costs, right? If you're running a system and you're doing production 7 days a week, the return on investment is a lot easier to calculate than if you're running production 4 days a week and 4 hours per day. It really depends on your ROI calculation. And when it comes to ease of use and programming, I'll show you what this looks like, and you'll see, I don't have any examples from a programming standpoint for, with a standard robot, but this is really easy to program, change, and move to a different task within the facility. Okay, so what is a cobot? It's a very flexible, safe, simple robot for the types of applications like machine tending or packaging, pick and place. We say here quality verification. Our robot has a camera on the end, so it is able to do some things like validate whether or not all the bottle caps are there when you're picking up the box, something like that. For the most part, when you're doing a cobot installation, you're going to have one of these area laser scanners. So basically, that's a scanner that's going to be on the floor, scanning around kind of in a 180-degree zone around the robot, so that when you're outside of the zone, the robot can run at full speed. But once you get closer to the robot and get in within the reach of the robot, it's going to gear down to what is considered collaborative speed, and I'll show you what that looks like during the demo. All right, so here's a great example of a cobot working kind of right next to a person and taking on those steps in the process that are really basic and simple. They're picking up a part, putting it in a fixture, putting in a couple of screws, and loading it into another step, while the operator does stuff that is just harder and more difficult to automate. So sometimes that's going to require human hands are really amazing in terms of being able to do intricate stuff. Robots, some of them can do it, but it takes a lot more effort to program and do. But this part of the process, picking a part up and loading it into a machine, that's simple stuff and doesn't take much effort, but it does take time. So transitioning that over to a robot makes a lot of sense when you can do it. All right, so I'm gonna throw a couple video examples your way. I'm still connected to the internet, and this isn't changing the view, right? Are they still there?
You're good. Yep.
Still good?
Yep, we can see everything.
Okay. So here is a bottling example using a collaborative robot with one of our customers in Quebec. What you'll notice about pretty much all of these videos is that the end of arm tooling is different and in many cases a custom tool for the application. Here, you've got robots inserting caps and nozzles, and it's all, it's all custom. Like the end of arm tooling that you see is designed specifically for these applications. We, as a company, Omron, we don't sell any end of arm tooling, mainly because almost every application is a little bit different. So you'll need support from companies like Enginuity to help design and fabricate an end of arm tooling suitable for what you're trying to accomplish. But these robots, you can tell they're in an area where it's a little bit more open. You can see that there's not a huge amount of caging around them. They're ideal for working close to people. This application here is nice. Not sure where it's coming from. Problem solved?
Great.
Maybe. All right. Okay, so here's a palletizing application. Cobots are also smaller than most of your standard industrial robots, so you'll often need to have a vertical axis, basically a lifting mechanism to bring the robot up to a particular height so you can do a full pallet load. But there are lots of OEMs on the market now that are using collaborative robots to build palletizing cells. They're great, again, because they take up a lot less floor space, and you can see, again, a very custom end of our tool. This next video here shows one of these cobot palletizing cells and how easy it is to move it into another area in your facility, get it set up. This is a palletizer. It's got a vertical lift mechanism, and in about 5 minutes, the staff can move it from one area in the shop to another. This here is an example similar to the demo that I'm going to show you. It's basically, a custom end of arm tool that is taking bottles out of boxes and putting them onto a conveyance system. Very common application. You see this in just about every bottling facility, and for the most part, it's done by hand, where people are taking these bottles out of boxes and putting them onto those rotary tables that kind of feed them down into a channel. But this setup here is one robot taking product out of 2 boxes. You're probably going to have an operator that's just going back and forth between multiple workstations, bringing in new boxes and taking away the boxes that are empty. But this application here, I would guess it, once they got the physical setup right, it probably only took them, half a day to program it and have it set up. This robot here looks like it's on a mobile platform or some type of cart that would allow it to be moved from this workstation to another workstation in the facility to carry out some other task later that day or later that week. These robots are very flexible and easy to move around. 2 more videos. I think how this thing pops out. You can't get to your.
Yeah, you can.
There. Thank you. Okay, so this is an example of one of our mobile robots on. One of our mobile robots riding on top of one of our cobots riding on top of one of our mobile robots. We have some features in our robot that allow it to kind of recalibrate itself once it gets to a work area. But this mobile robot could take stuff back to your quality department for testing, or kind of anything where you have multiple workstations and one robot moving throughout each of them and doing whatever task you need. So again, custom end of arm tooling. It's going to pick up this part and load it onto its wagon and then take it off somewhere else in the facility. Okay, so here's an example of a cobot loading, a bunch of bottles into a bottling line. this is the type of stuff you can do with a cobot. What you really like about this installation is that it's right where it would be done manually by a person. There is not a huge safety cage around this robot. It's just brought in to do this task, and like I said before, you can probably take this off to do something else later in the day once you're finished with this stuff here. I think it just knocks off the row, and then away it goes with the next. So this is the type of repetitive manual loading process that is pretty easy to automate with a collaborative cloud. I assume some of you guys have seen this operation before. And this last one here. Okay, I like this one. This is an example of box building. Box building happens in almost every production facility that I go into, and it's almost always done manually unless they've got a nice box former. But this is just a cobot bringing the box through a series of guides, building the box, and it gets taped. The way it goes, again, a pretty simple process. All right, back to this. Okay, so again, palletizing is one of the key areas that a lot of folks want to start with when it comes to robotics. It's it's repetitive, it's heavy, it causes stress injuries to some of your employees. So these are areas that we have a lot of solutions for. I like this one here. It's just cobots loading product onto a mobile robot, which would then take it directly to your shipping department or something like that. I'm going to show one more video, and that's of the mobile robots. A lot of facilities have a lot of people walking around and not really adding much value to the process. There are solutions to help with that. So this is a video of an installation in the U.S. showing multiple mobile robots all working in one kind of really tight work cell. It's not a super common setup where you've got multiple lines feeding into a few different exit points, but what the robots are facilitating is just getting the right box going down the right path. And you can see here you've got people walking in and around robots. They're able to navigate around new obstacles, people, and they just carry out the kind of transportation stuff that you would rather have the employees doing something more value added process. All right, so in terms of robot projects with Omron, for the most part, our first step is to use simulation software to validate what you're trying to accomplish. So if you have something in your facility that you want to automate, we like to ask for videos and dimensional information as to what the space is that you're working in. We'll take that, load it into our simulation software, and determine, is this an application that can be done with one robot? Do you need two robots? From there, you can determine your payback and the costs associated with that type of project. If it makes sense to keep going, we would typically take some of your products to one of our proof of concept labs where you can run bottles through on conveyors, have them picked up, box in your packaging. It really helps to sell it to any of the stakeholders so they can see their own products being manipulated by the robots. And then the last part when it comes to projects is, we really support them on the ground. So we're there to help, whether it's the end user doing the project on their own or the integrator that's helping to get the project off the ground. I mentioned it before, but I did want to again say, when it comes to Omron, we've got a lot of different aspects of the company, but in terms of safety inspections, I think that's something, if nothing else, take that away with you. If you have areas in your facility that you're concerned about, Omron has a really strong safety services team that can help. We're not the safety police. We want to help the customer find a solution to their machine that is safe for the employees, but also allows for production to kind of keep up. And we're not the government. We're really more of a resource for business. This just talks a little bit more about our proof of concept center. So let's do the robot demo. I'm going to switch over to the programming software. that's coming through on the Zoom too?
Yep.
Yeah, super. So, has anyone seen a cobot before? Has anyone programmed a cobot? Okay, one in the back, perfect. So, has anyone programmed like a robot, like a standard robot? So what you see here is our programming environment for the cobot. It's a flowchart. So if you're familiar with flowcharts, this is a flowchart. So anyone that does like real programming, they look at this and they say that's not programming. What this is intended to do is to simplify as much as possible the programming of a robot, so that you don't need to have a really skilled technical person doing the back end, C script, program. So this is simple, easy to use programming that just makes life easy for people. Our robot. Faster. Also, the table is a little bit shaky, so I'm a little concerned about that. Just wanted to show the buttons on the robot. Maybe I'll wait until we get to the other demo. Always happens when you're doing live demos. Of course. Of course. Sorry about this.
Okay. Should I do my presentation to fix your cobot in between, and then you jump back? Or?
All right, I think we're back.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so I'm just gonna run it and you can see basically the way that the flow chart works. Okay, so when you're watching the cobot move through the flow chart, it's nice because you can see where it runs into a hiccup. So it's right now just kind of working to its, the first thing it did was initialize the gripper, which was here. And then it's going to go down. There's a little tag on the side of the table here that is, we call it a locate tool. So it basically recalibrates the positions of the robot so that you can move it from one workspace to another. So it takes a picture, says, oh, this is where my parts are. The program is designed to come down and pick from row 1, bring them over and put it to row 2. So to kind of show the functionality of this landmark tool and the vision system, I'm just going to tweak this a little bit, this table, maybe move it a couple inches. If you did that with a standard robot that didn't have any vision system in the works, it would definitely miss the mark and smash into the product. Hopefully, I didn't test this before the demo. Hopefully it works today, but it worked in my garage yesterday, so we'll keep our fingers crossed. Right now it's running at 5%. The table's really wobbly and it's on wheels. We can maybe go a little bit faster, but I'm concerned about the table falling apart. All right, so it's going to come down. It's going to take another picture. It's going to notice that the product has kind of shifted an inch or two, and hopefully it changes the pick location and comes down and lands in the right spot. So that's good. The product, because you can imagine if you were bringing stuff like bottles into your work cell, like on a cart, if that cart is not in exactly the same right position every single time, you're gonna have issues when you go and pick up the box. So I'm gonna move this again, a little bit the other way. It also works on a multi-dimensional plane, so it actually is a 3D type thing. So if for whatever reason the cart was tilted, it would accommodate for that and come in on an angle to pick up the box. So you know, this is a pretty basic deboxing application. I did this program, and I'm by no means a robotics expert. You'll notice that it went. Oh, cables in your car. Mess with cables here. You'll notice that it went around the other way this time. I just didn't program it to take a specific path. Of course, all of those things are adjustable. So that's pretty much it in terms of the depalletizing demo. What I wanted to do next, how much time do I have left?
You've got about 5, 6 minutes.
Perfect. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I am going to create a new project. Oops. So this beer. Okay, so I'm going to start with a brand new blank project and just quickly show you how it is that you program one of these robots. So on the robot, you've got 4 buttons. This button on the side here is called the free button. When you press the free button, it allows you to move the robot around. If I now press the button above it, which is called the point button, you'll see in my flowchart, I have a point that gets added. So that's the point button. If I slide the robot over here, and I press the point button again, I'm going to get point number 2. And if I go over here and press the point button again, I get point number 3. So what we basically did there was just create a 3-position path. And if I wanted to just make the robot loop through that cycle, I can take my flow chart, and you know, this is about as basic of a flow chart as you can get. If I press the start button now on my robot's dip, oh, there it is. Stepped on it. So right now it's just going to cycle through those 3 points. I can speed it up a bit. Tables. All right, so you can see it's wobbling a bit. I'm a little worried about going any faster than that with the table. But I did want to show you kind of what it looks like when it gears down into collaborative mode. So this is 15% of the speed that the robot can do. You know, if you were doing production, you'd be probably running faster than this. But this is, I think, faster than what collaborative speed actually is based on the ISO standard. So I mentioned that light scanner before. If you come into the work cell because you want to maybe feed in new parts, you can see that it geared down a little bit. It's going slower. There's also now a purple light flashing on the robot that's indicating that it's in collaborative mode. I leave the work cell. You can now go back to its full speed, and actually the key stop hit the ground when it hit the floor. So that's pretty much it. I think that's about my time. So if anyone has any questions, please let me know. I think Kia has shared contact info for everyone.
Just very quickly, you set all this up like programming wise and everything right here when you were just sitting down?
No, I did it a few weeks ago for the first one. Yeah, but I mean, like that type of program probably took 45 minutes to do, and I don't do it very often. So if you have experience doing it all the time, you could create that in about 5 minutes.
Question. Go for it. First is when you want to fix the table, it's not completely right. So what is
Yeah, I hit the stop button on the robot pendant just because I was afraid the cable was gonna hit this and pull the bottles off the. Yeah.
And the other question is, like, just the bottles and put them next to each other, like, does it have the system?
No, in this.
They go above each other.
Yeah, in this case here, I basically, when I programmed it, I said, this is drop location 1, this is drop location 2, drop location 3. So in the flow chart, you can see the way it goes through each of the steps. There are other tools in there where you can have it like a predetermined grid for palletizing or boxing. there's a lot of easy tools in there to make it even simpler. That, like the way that I did it is probably the slowest and more complicated way, but that's because I don't know what I'm doing.
Can I cobalt be used in like more?
The IP ratings on them are not great, honestly. It would have to be in a jacket. Yeah, but there are lots of jackets available. They're pretty easy to put in jackets because of the design.
You mentioned the difference in safety requirements for like robot and larger robot. Would there be any implications on like insurance, liability, insurance, those things?
I don't know. Either way, whether it's a cobot or a standard robot, you definitely need to do a risk assessment on the machine and the process before putting it into production. I did kind of neglect to mention why these are able to stop instead of, crushing a person. So with the standard robot, it's just got a bunch of motors and all the axes, and it picks up something and wants to go over there, and it doesn't really care if something gets in between. These robots have current monitoring and all of the motors. So, if it's moving from here to there, it knows how much power it should take for it to make that movement. If something unexpected gets in the way, the motors are going to see like a spike in demand for power, and that's going to be like, whoa, we're not allowed to do that, and it's going to basically stop the robot from causing, significant harm to a person. So, forgot to mention that.
Does this robot have a nickname? Probably your name,
Should.
How much does it tweet about it if it doesn't have a name?
Yeah. In all of the marketing, they basically take the camera and then at the end of it, they flash the light at the camera just so that kind of is relatable, I guess. But there's no name.
That question, what is the actual rating on the?
I think these are, I actually don't know. It's probably right on the side. I mean, the controller is IP20, but I don't know, and I think it's like IP64 maybe, like they're dust type, but they're not water ingress. There's a lot of like buttons and stuff on the side. Any other questions?
For like the optics on it, what sort of degree of like intensity can you do on that? Like, would it be able to say do a water sample and like see kind of what's in the water?
No, I think it's a like a 0.3 megapixel camera. Like it's not super high resolution. I'm probably getting that wrong. It's probably a slightly higher resolution than that, but we have lots of other vision systems that would be more suitable to that type of analysis. And you can tie in, third-party cameras to the back of the controller and use, multiple cameras to do pick and place or whatever it is that you're doing. Anybody else?
I think that's it. Thank you
Is
so
the
much.
next presenter virtual or?
No.
Okay, so I want to try to get this out of this way if possible. I'll just maybe.
Very safely.
You also give just like 5 minutes and then.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh, for sure. We can take a look at it.
All right, perfect. So Lars.
We're good to go?
Yeah.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and Halifax today. So I am from Anton-Paar, and I will. Apologies, great, always. Okay. So I'll introduce myself a bit more in detail in a second. I'll talk about my company, who's Anton-Paar, what I do beside working for Anton-Paar, what I do beyond that, the beverage industry, like what do we have in Nova Scotia here, quite a variety, because I know that it's a little bit beside what we're currently talking about, as well as the focus of marketing and why do you want to measure your samples, what would be the problems if you don't measure samples, what are the dollar samples can run into, how brewing and blending looks like. So in the beverage industry, we have a number of different products, and I just showcase it with basically with brewing with beer. Others are similar, not identical. Nevertheless, I don't have time to run through all of that and highlight where you want to measure and what you want to do. And then finally, what the solutions are. So after that, I have brought some tools over here, some toys to play with. If some of you brought some samples, I'd be happy to measure them. Besides that, I can also walk you through the machines, what they do. So yeah, this is how I look without the mask. Although my title is technical sales representative, this is not how I consider myself. I consider myself as someone who is there for the customer, for the client, and I build relationships. And that goes definitely beyond what I do for directly selling Anton-Paar. Obviously, yeah, sales, right? So my mission is to sell from Anton-Paar. So I started in engineering, then I was in product management for a while, and currently I am in sales. And as I stated, I am here to support you. And just to give you some rough ideas what that means, I'm here to support you. What I do beside obviously selling Anton-Paar equipment, I was talking to a number of folks who were looking to switch employers or want to go back into the beverage industry, or hey Lars, our canning line is down, we're looking for a bigger canning line, you know someone to sell something, or we need bigger tanks, you know someone who wants to get rid of some tanks, So all these things I do which are not directly related to Anton-Paar, but are still related to the industry. So if you have any questions, any needs, whatever it is, I'm happy to make connections for you. And some of those guys who benefit from that are here. So, yeah. Who's Anton-Paar? Well, we are an instrumentation supplier. We are, like 10 years older or so than these guys here. We're almost, so next year we're going to make it to the 100 years. And the plan was that everyone working for the company would be in Austria. We're going to see how that works out with COVID. We got a bunch of subsidiaries worldwide, and in Canada, we have our office in Montreal. We are roughly 45 employees, and we got sales and service all across the board. So I'm the representative of sales of the Atlantic, and we have a stated field and field service and sales reps all over the place. Alberta, Quebec, BC, yeah, not every province, but almost. So what Anton-Paar is well known for, so our main market, we serve a lot of industries, but the main market was definitely the beverage industry. So what we do there, we help you to measure alcohol, CO2, O2, sugar, and other stuff as well that is not mentioned here. For most of them, not as relevant, but this will be the main ones that are of interest in particular if you're not like Labatt size, but a bit smaller. So the beverage industry, the main players that we have on the main field would be obviously breweries in Nova Scotia. We have some 60 and 80 craft breweries. We got the wineries, cideries, kombucha, distilleries, ready to drink, of course, spirits here, and then soft drink and juice, so the non-alcoholics. And then we got like the rest of the rest is very, very minor. I assume no matter what company you are representing, I'm pretty sure that I covered those. So yeah, the 4 Ps, as stated, this is a little bit slightly harder topic, nevertheless. So you all have have these in your business, right? You have to pick how do you promote your product, where's the place for your product, price for your product itself. So whereas the main focus today is food automation about the product, and the place and the price for a particular made beer is pretty much the same for all of you as soon as you grow into the liquor store, while you go to the liquor store and the price differences are not as crazy. So I find the main point how to differentiate your sales is promotion and product, obviously, right? And yeah, so interesting enough, it seems a lot of breweries have the idea that we are local, so everyone will buy our product. That will work, I guess, in the beginning, well, but at some point you have to deliver on your product. You have to deliver some product. If you don't do that, eventually customers will move away. So, why would you measure your product? Why you do quality control? Well, you want to optimize your operations. A very simple example is ready to mix. It's a very simple product. I hope you don't throw me under the bus for that. So basically, you blend. So you have your water, you have your what you have for taste buds. So your syrup, you have your alcohol. You mix it together, you carbonate it, you get it out of the door. So water is the cheap part. Alcohol is pricey, and the part for the that creates the taste is also pricey. So you have a certain amount of alcohol, ABV, alcohol by volume, that you want to put into the can. This is cost, right? So if your can says 5%, you want to put in 5%, not 6%. That's cost, right? So therefore, you want to control that you really, at this stage, you promise the customer what you will deliver it. You don't want to go beyond, right? So you want to optimize your cost and operations. And this is like the ready to drink is a very simple product where you can tweak it if you're off. For beer, it's a little bit more tricky. Once you're done with fermentation and you have your ABV, and if you're way higher than where you actually want to be, well, that's a problem, right? You may have to blend or so, have another batch and then bring it down. Otherwise, I don't have a fix for you. I'm not the brewer, right? I'm always only the messenger. And then, but what you can do is by learning, okay, our ABV is too high, so next time you may want to use less malt, and by that you can bring the cost down, right? Long shelf life. So in particular, the breweries are fighting as the challenge with shelf life. So for I'll go to that in more detail on other pages, but nevertheless, the shelf life is related to oxygen. You don't want to have a lot of oxygen in your product, otherwise your beer does not live long on the shelf. What that means is you have a lager and you leave it on the shelf for a while. It has lots of oxygen. After a while, it will taste like an IPA, right? The customer expects a lager, gets an IPA, frustrated. You do it a number of times, but then you walk away. Consistent product. Once more, you have a certain brew, your customer expects you always to deliver the same product. Then, of course, that you don't have wrong with the NSLC, you want to deliver up on your ABV, so your alcohol by volumes and also the calories. If you miss those, so there's a certain wiggle room that you have, you all know that. If you're beside that and the NSLC finds out, they may send you a nice letter, and the second time letter may not be as nice, and at some point you may have to take your product off the shelf. Okay, so this is why you want to measure. So then why would you use so fancy instruments as these ones? Why would you want to be go to the pricey ones? Well, so this is how it can look like in the lab. And our instruments are designed so that you don't have to be a rocket scientist to be able to operate them. So every one of these is as simple. I can teach a teenager how to use it. Right? They're very simple to use. No chemistry involved, no consumables, or very little consumables involved. They will give you very repeatable, very reliable results. So this is where we come in. If you have to make only one measurement a week, you may better want to go to a lab. Later on, there's a presentation of the ALAB. Those would be guys who are local, they're local, so they can help you with that. But you constantly have to measure. You need your own measurement on site. So these are some examples of quality issues that I am aware of, and I'm sure these are not everyone, not all of those. So exploding cans, that's a good example. This is a can, as you can see, it's buckled. So either there was way much CO2 in there right from the beginning, or there was secondary fermentation going on. And this is the pressure gauge. And as you can see, the arrow is beyond the scale, right? And this product was not shown to me by the brewmaster, it was shown to me by a client, one of their clients. And it's interesting, so when you go in that area, the people know that the CO2, they're on and off. So these, like, they laugh about this, they know this, yeah, we know those guys. Very interesting to operate like that. Obviously, if the clients know that at some point, the brewers, they must know. Obviously, they're not taking action. Under an overcarbonating would be another example, obviously, for overcarbonating. I personally had a lot of experience with one brewery where sometimes you open the bottle and you get an explosion, and sometimes you open, there's no CO2 in there at all. Very disappointing. Stuck fermentation. Usually that would be found before you present your product to the customer, before packaging. But the earlier you know that you have stuck fermentation, the earlier you can do something and lose less money, right? Oxidized products. I talked about that, so the flavor would be off. I am aware of that happening here in cider. Second fermentation, as stated, it could be what happened in this can. Then you may have colloids because of the ABV that is often. I'm aware of cases for spirits, liqueurs, cider, and beer. So, and how far translate that to you as a company? So, what is the dollar rate behind it? Well, you may have callbacks, so you miss the revenue, and you have the cost for the callback. And depending on where you are, those costs can be excessive. In particular, I don't know if you guys operate also in Ontario, but if that happens in Ontario, it's going to be a pricey endeavor. And you have only very few misses, and then the LCBO will take you off the shelf and say, that's it, we're good forever. The customer might be moving to other brands, and also you may waste ingredients because you out-of-spec, you go too high in ABV. So, how does brewing look like? As stated, this is what all of us here are brewing. This is just to highlight, and a lot of that, what we have over here is similar in cider and winemaking and other fermentation as well. So you would start with the malt, which you would heat so that the sugars are released. Then you would put it into the mash filter that's being filtered, so you get the solids out. You would move it to the kettle, then you boil it. You may add hops here, or you may add them later, go through the whirlpool to get the hops out. Gets cool, goes into the fermenter, here the yeast, fermenter is closed, and then the yeast is doing its magic, so creating alcohol, digesting the sugars, and creating lots of CO2. Once you're done with fermentation, if you have multiple tanks, if you have bright tanks, you move it through a filter or you don't, into a bright tank, and there are ages, and after ages, goes to the packaging line, which could be bottling, canning, or kegging. The other process would be ready to drink and soft drinks, what I talked about at the beginning. So here it would be mainly blending. So you have a number of ingredients which you mix together, you carbonate it, and then it's being packaged. So quality control. If you are thinking about starting a business, I don't know if everyone who's here online or in the room, if you have your business already. If not, you may want to think about, in the beginning, start easy, put your toe in the water, and partner. So outsource some of the steps that are required. And that would be in particular blending and packaging. If you do these, I highly recommend that you ask your partner to check. So I would ask them to prove what they did in the blending, ask them to show that they did the blending right, and when it comes to packaging, so that the CO2 and O2 is right in your product. So there are a number of suppliers who will do packaging for you. Feel free to ask me, I'm happy to connect you. I really recommend to check on that. And then the labs, I would ask them, so how do you measure? Show me which instruments are you using. Can you show me that what you're doing is actually right? Okay, the technical solution that we Anton-Paar have. We have two different groups. We have laboratory instruments and we have process sensors. Process sensors or something like that would be installed. To give you a rough idea why the instruments might be tricky. So a lot of pretty much everyone in the beverage industry uses density to measure concentrations. Why would you do that? Where do you need that? Well, so a rough idea, air has roughly a density of 0 gram per cubic centimeter. Water is roughly at 1 gram per cubic centimeter. Alcohol at about 0.8. Sugar about 1.5. So when you have your beer, you start with water, which is 1. Then you add your malt. You make it hot, so the sugars are released. So you have sugar in your water, which means the density goes up. Then you add your yeast, put it in the fermenter. Then what the yeast does, it digests the sugar and converts them into CO2 and alcohol. So let's say you start here and then yeast do your thing, then you go down. Right? And then you have a mix of 3 components, actually 4. You have water, you have sugar, you have alcohol, and you have CO2 on top. So it's just an idea, this density, and with density, it works well if you have only 2 components. Let's say you have Coke, so pop is simplified, it's basically water and sugar. So if you measure the density of such a beverage, just using that scale, and you have something which is called bricks, that would be a sugar scale. If you have only those 2 components, the instrument can give you a very accurate reading of what the sugar concentration is. Same would be with water and alcohol. If you take vodka, vodka is basically water and alcohol. That's it. There's nothing else to it. So if I measure vodka and I go by density, I can give you a very accurate concentration of alcohol in the beverage. But if we have something, for example, lobster has sugar in it and has alcohol in it. As you can well see, I add the sugar, so the density goes up, and then I add more alcohol, the density goes down. So I could be exactly at the density of water, but there's lots of sugar being compensated by alcohol. So just density is not doing the job. So you need more than that. So this would be a portable density meter. This is a more sophisticated version, but nevertheless, there would be a portable density meter that could help you do those measurements. The classic would be the glassware hydrometers, which are, everyone who knows, who uses them knows that they are not as accurate. 10 people take a reading, and maybe I should take a step back. A hydrometer is a glass volume that you put into your sample, and then it floats. And then you look, there's something sticking out, how much it goes into your sample or not, how much it sticks out. There's a scale that you read. The problem is, to read the scale, you will have 10 people taking a reading each. After 10 people, you will have 20 different numbers. So it's very unrepeatable. Is anyone objecting this? I doubt it. So you have very user-dependent reading. On top of that, you would also have to read the temperature to calculate the concentration, because the volume of a sample, or the density of the sample, is temperature dependent. And this instrument, every one of us use it, we get the same number from each of us. An alcohol extract meter. So this instrument, as I said before, just by density, we cannot calculate the alcohol concentration as soon as we have sugar involved. So that instrument has 2 compartments. It measures the alcohol in one compartment and density in another one. They talk to one another. This is the bigger brother of that. So they talk to one another. So we measure the alcohol first, take the density, then take the alcohol out of the equation, and what remains is water and sugar. Because this is what the drinks would be: water, sugar, alcohol, and then we will give you both values. And then, as you can see here, that would be a CO2 and O2 meter. Where would you use that? So you can measure packaged products, which would be cans, bottles, kegs. You can measure in lines and tanks. And when you think about the process of brewing that I showed you before, you want to start measuring right from the beginning as soon as you can, so that if you have a problem, that you can track it back. Particularly when it comes to O2, which I refer to when it comes to shelf life. So you want to have a really small number of O2, and you can measure that in your finished product only, in your can. But if you do that in your can only, then you find out, well, I'm way too high. I have an oxygen problem. Well, but you don't know where you got it. Did you get it in packaging, so in your canning line, if you have problems you have a leak in your bright tank. Do you have a problem when you transfer your beer from the fermenter to the bright tank? So these instruments help you. So we have a connector here that you can connect to a tank or to a line, and then you can walk through your process and take samples at every step of the way, and then find, okay, this is where things went wrong, and then you can ramp up. We have two different types of systems. We have a non-pressurized system that would be the one over here, which measures alcohol and sugar. So to do that, you would have to decarbonize your sample first. You have to degas it. So a wine you can measure right away. After sparkling wine, you get rid of the CO2. Same for cider and beer. And then it will you start measuring. It will pump the sample to the instrument. It will measure the sugar and the alcohol. Report that to you when you're done. And this one's more sophisticated. You can take a packaged beverage, could be a bottle, could also be a can. You put it in there, the piercer will create a seal and then a hole, and then it will be pushed through the system, and then will give you the values that I said before, but also O2 and CO2. So it can do all of that at once. As you can see here, no sample preparation is required. And then on the process side, I will not go through what technology is being used, but the sensors would give you the same values that we talked about before as well. So sugar, alcohol, or a mix of both CO2 and O2. You can install them wherever you need them. You can install them on the hot side when you do your boil to see how much sugar has been released already. You can measure in the fermenter. You can see as the fermentation proceeds, how does the conversion go through. Once more, O2, you can track that. All of these wherever you would like it. So, and the pros and cons of the lab instrument versus the more automated version, the sensors. Obviously, the sensor, you have it for brewing, you would need a lot of them, and it comes with a hefty price tag, right? Who has the money, like beside Olin, to spend money for 20 sensors? No one, right? So the benefit of the process sensors, of course, you don't have to do anything. You just read the value that is there. That's it. But they're not portable, so to say. And the lab instrument, you can measure wherever you want. You just go to the spot, you take a sample, but you have to take the sample, you have to walk to the lab, you may have to do sample preparation, degassing, yada, yada, yada. And then we came up with this guy, which is kind of trying to achieve the best of both worlds. So this system is basically these two combined, which you can hook up to your lines. So the sample would go in with the hose on one side and goes out on the other side, and give you instant reading of alcohol, sugar, CO2, O2, flow rate, and everything, also color. All of that is possible. So, and as it's portable, you can plug that in wherever you need it at the time. The only thing it cannot do, it cannot pierce, right? You cannot put a packaged product through it. That's not possible. But within the brewery, this is kind of the best of both worlds. And on the other hand side, we would have this in a non-portable version, so we have installed somewhere. Typical place where you could have this installed would be right before packaging. And then if you want to go beyond that, what we could, for example, also do when it comes to systems, automated blending and carbonation. So let's say you have your tank arrays, so you have your water, you have your sugar, or let's say a taste profile 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have your CO2, and you program the machine. Well, I want 5% alcohol. I want that amount of tank 2 sugar profile, that amount of tank 3 sugar profile. Then the machine will mix it all together, carbonate it for you, and it goes out like a finished product at the end. This certainly would be something that's considered by the size you want to have the decent size of your operations, but nevertheless, that would be kind of at the end of what you can do. Yeah, that was it. Have any questions? Yes.
Usually equipment calibration.
Sorry?
Calibration.
Calibration?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's to check everything. How often do you calibrate these?
So there is the Anton-Paar recommendation, and then there is the real world. So I will give you first the official answer. Okay. So each of these instruments has like an SOP. For example, the CO2 and O2 meter, the Anton-Paar recommends to test CO2 every day and O2 at least every week. So that would be the 0 points. So you would run a sample through and that has either no CO2 or no O2, and you would measure and see how far it's off. For the density meter and the alcohol meter, same thing. So we would use a sample, which is a very simple. For this one, it would be distilled water. Distilled water has a certain density, and it's a constant. So it would be no matter where you buy distilled water, it's always the same. And we would compare that with what the machine measures, and of course also distilled water has about 0% alcohol. So we can put that to the alcohol meter and see if it's off, then you can adjust that. And here, the recommendation is to do it every day. I know that in real life, this works differently. So I find that with the CO2, for example, with the alcohol, with the CO2 meter, the CO2 check, it's very simple to do. I would recommend it to do it every day, but it's very easy to do. You take a bottle of water, put it in here, and you click verify, you walk away, you come back 2 minutes later, and you do the result. For the O2, I find it overkill to check it every week. I would do it if you see weird values. And as a brewer, we could go through more details, but as a brewer, you would know when you see weird values. So I would just keep measuring when you see weird values. First, you want to make sure that the instrument is fine. When the instrument is fine, then you know, okay, the weird value, it's not the instrument, it is the sample, and usually it is the sample. And for this one here with the alcohol, there are a number of checks that you can do, but the distilled water check in the morning, I would also do every morning. It is also very simple to do. Just distilled water, you click check, you walk away, you come back, and we'll give you a red flag or a green flag. So it depends a bit on the machines, and it depends a bit how you take care of them. In general, when it comes to our instruments as well as any other instrument, these instruments are very precise. They need love. And what I mean with love, I'm talking about the 3 gold Anton-Paar rules. I'm pretty sure. And maybe Paul, would you remember them? No. Okay. So Nova Scotia Spirits is one of our clients. So there are the 3 golden rules that talk about when you want to use our instruments as well as any other lab instrumentation. Rule number 1 is cleaning. You want to clean the instrument. Most of the samples that you will be dealing with are sticky because of sugar involved. The only one kind of that would be not sticky would be vodka. Beside that, it's sticky. So those instruments work fine if you replace sample after sample after sample quickly. If you have a break more than 10 minutes, you want to flush it with water. If you don't do that, it starts sticking. Just think about, you have a party, and next day you you put your hand on the countertop and then, right? We've all been there, right? So the instrument, they don't like it, and you cannot put the brush through. If you do that, you kill it. So you need chemicals or distilled water. So rule number 1 is cleaning. Rule number 2 is cleaning. You need to get your sample out. The earlier, the better. The instrument will love it. You will love it. Give you decent data. And the third and most important one is cleaning. I want to stress that. The third one is the important one. Okay, you follow these 3 rules, they will work just fine. If you don't follow these rules, you will have problems. Okay. Yeah.
Do you find viscosity important to your clients in the beverage industry? Because I know they was there. Viscosity is very, very important. And I know you sell it.
Yeah, that's right. So we have solutions to measure very low viscosity samples. So for everyone who's not aware of what that means, low viscosity, high viscosity. High viscosity is honey, low viscosity is water. There are breweries that measure viscosity for wort, but that would be only very few or would be research. So in Nova Scotia, I have 0 clients that do that. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you for your time.
And today I'm going to be talking about BrewWizz Insight, tell you a little bit about our company, how we got here, and I'm going to give you a demo of the site. So I'm really excited. BrewWizz Insight is a digital data management platform specifically for craft brewers. We are looking to get into other craft beverage industries and working with some cider makers, as well as on the RTD, the ready-to-drink products. So really excited to be here, see everyone in person. That's really welcome. Yeah, so a little bit about us. We've been around since 2013. We always were on data collection, data management, data communications. That's where our background is. So we found ourselves talking to a local craft brewer, saying, geez, I'd love to know what's happening in my brewery when I'm not there. You guys are usually small teams and have, wear many hats, managing a lot of different aspects of the brewing process. And we just saw an opportunity to help bring all that information together. A very common, challenge within some of these breweries is about communication and data communication. This data is used in many different areas of the business, not just on the production side. It's your quality, it's your consistency of your product, but it's also your excise reports. It's also about, is our product up to snuff? Is it what our customers are expecting? And as of recent, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency recently released a new mandate for the Safe Food for Canadian regulation, and that's becoming a huge demand on brewers, and just yet another place to manage data. And we've brought that all together. On the next slide. So I'm sure a lot of our producers here are familiar with the picture from the top of the screen. It's your whiteboards, it's your paper logs, it's your spreadsheets that you've made to help manage and keep all this data. And what we've done with BrewWizz Insight is we digitalized it. We put it in, it's real-time information, and it's managing all that data in one place. Like I mentioned, a lot of small teams, and I find even the smallest of teams to the biggest of teams, the challenge is managing and having all that information in one place. And what we've done is we've really done that in a collaborative way, with different logins and different permissions, and having people enter that data as they're doing that part of the process. Some key features, we just added inventory and packaging management. We were very, very focused on quality control in our first iteration of the software. Really being able to help you safeguard against brand reputation, helping really tell the story from the quality standpoint, because like you saw in the previous picture, it's mostly done on paper and pen. And we really wanted to help bring that data to life, make it mean something. And we have since added the inventory and the packaging, so really completing the story of what's happening throughout the process. Traceability, like I just mentioned, there's been a whole new, kettle of fish to care about when it comes to traceability, and now it is regulated, and CFIA can come in and audit you at any time. So we built that into the production side of things. I mean, it's a beast, the whole mandate. But we've taken care of the production side of things. So you're only entering the information once, and it's feeding it to many different areas and making sure that you're compliant with those regulations. It is electronic data keeping. So you're entering the data, you're taking your samples from your, your instruments, and you're now feeding it into your own platform where it's collecting and managing that data. It spits out reports. So what do I have on here for inventory? What's my, fermentation curve for this recipe over time? I'm able to see that. I'm able to manage consistency and the repeatability and make sure things are on track like they should be. So it gives that quality control structure. Recipe management and data visualization are just some other key features. And now we're going to jump into the demo, and I'll sorry, this will be fun. I'll show you how easy it is. We built BrewWizz Insight to be really simple, user-friendly, and easy to use, intuitive. I'll actually, if I linked it, I was that smart. Oh, here we go. I'm just using someone else's computer.
I know it's gonna work.
So it is cloud-based, and it's really meant to represent your process. It's very flexible, and I'll show you in some of those areas the flexibility. Kind of like Lars mentioned, you know, we're not the brewers, we're not telling you how to brew, but what we are, you know, there's commonalities throughout the brewing process. So how many here use whiteboards to communicate what's going on the production floor in the process? I always walk in and I can be in the biggest of breweries to the very smallest of breweries. And the commonalities, there's a big whiteboard on the production floor, and it says what's in each tank, what recipes in each tank, what batch is in that tank. And then when it's done, when that tank's empty, it's erased. So essentially that history is gone on what just happened. So here's the dashboard that you're looking at right now is a snapshot. It replaces that whiteboard, if you will, and it's telling you what's happening. We're going to drill down on each of these particular brew runs, as we call them, which is showing you which recipe, which tank, when the expectation of finish date is. But before we get there, I'm just going to touch on inventory because that's where really everything's being entered at. Yeah, so that's perfect. So we've, like I mentioned, tried to make this as user-friendly. I always think of the brewery floor. It's a combination of all these 1-minute tasks. You have something, you know, there's a law, and then all of a sudden, like boom, 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 I have to do all these things in order to make sure my product, you know, is consistent, and that's what the recipe calls for. So when I think of that, it was really important that this could be used on your cell phone or an iPad or a tablet of some sort. And it's not about entering the data so much as it's bringing up what your targets are. And if something is not on target or if something changes, you're able to change it on the fly. But it's bringing up the template of what you want it to do or what you are targeting to do in this recipe. And then the other part of that now is this traceability piece. So part of the CFIA mandated you have to manage your lot codes from your suppliers, as well as every tank, every product that material went into during the brewing process, and then who it went to. Who was the customer who purchased that product after it left the brewery, or in this case, production. So how we did this is, if you can just touch on shipments, Kia, thank you. And if you could just do in the top left, we're gonna just do the start. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so we've done this, everything's managed from our materials. So once we have built our materials database, so those are our raw and packaged goods, or materials, I should say. So once our raw and packaged materials are been entered into our inventory, everything is a drop-down menu. So Kia, I could just get you to do supplier, and we'll just do brew culture if you don't mind. So all my product, if we go to add materials, and we go to select materials, it will be all our products we buy from brew culture, or yeah, you can just do just the one right after it. There we go. You know, and you're entering how much you see, how much or what the price was, the taxes that were included, or you had to pay any additional costs like malting, milling costs. Everything's built in so that you can tell your cost of goods sold for that particular batch of beer. And it's all been worked in, and it's all the same data you're already collecting. It's all your same data that you're already, you know, receiving. And now you're able to, you know, quickly get a snapshot of what that cost to make that batch of beer, as well as that traceability loops completed. So facilities, locations, taxes, all these things are built in as a user. So the user enters it. It's not something that's predefined. It's really meant to reflect your brewery and your brewing process. And then this is where we add our lot code. We add, receive a material, and we're adding our lot code from that supplier. It's now all linked. So our supplier's linked with our lot code with our product, or I should say our material. And from there, as we brew, everything's already pre-populated. You're just picking from the list what you're adding. You just want to get on that here. And the really just want to point out supplier and customer. Again, when you're talking about the traceability regulations by the CFIA, this is really important because you have to close the loop. Where did it come from and who did it go to at the end? So managing, those databases is been really important when you're complying with that. And just to point out, it doesn't have to be like it were to, the spring garden and SLC. It's about it went to the NSLC within 24 hours of the recall. I can say to the NSLC, here are the batches I'm concerned about, and they, and then it's kind of that telephone game where they go into their database and figure out where it went from there. So just want to point that out. If we jump back to our dashboard here, so now we're going to dive into an actual brew run. This is going to look really familiar because it follows the brewing process. Let's do this. Yeah, we're going to click right on. Yeah, thank you. So if you scroll down a little bit. So this is just a snapshot of what's happening in this particular recipe. What you're seeing here is the current fermentation. What you're seeing is on the fermentation trend. The developers were just working on some bugs, but you get the idea. So this is the current, and this is what you're aiming for, and this is the same recipe over time being overlaid, so that you can ensure that there is not a stalled fermentation, as an example, or it's not moving too fast. Those things play an important role when you're getting ready to package, when you're trying to schedule. So that's just a quick visual. Again, we're just working on some bugs, and I'll need to scroll back up here and go to enter data. So you'll notice this really mimics your whole process. So we call them turns. That's so that you're doing multiple brew houses. You're putting in the same tank of the same recipe. It's all tracked in the same, it's going to the same fermenter, same conditioning tank. So it's just a way to, I guess, combine those brews. And it's just following the brewing process. So if you go mash in from, and we'll just the green plus button here on. You could just click that green.
Sorry.
And if you can scroll down, thank you for being so patient.
Although I will say it's impressive that you've never seen this before, and it's that user friendly.
Yeah.
You could just tell, like, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's honestly, the thing about software is, to make good software, is not always the challenge. It's actually the usability of making sure that people can use it. So that's been really important to us. So you'll see here, like he is showing us on the screen, we're ready to brew this batch of beer, or this recipe of beer. And we're starting, so the recipe is calling for this Pilsner malt, the quantity, and now we're going to select supplier. And the brewing industry, and this is what I meant when I said we try to make this as flexible as possible. You can have the same material but have different suppliers. So we're trying, again, so it knows, the system knows, your database is saying, those suppliers provide this material. So it's just drop down list you're picking from as you're doing this in the brew, during the brew day. You can, just pick whichever one here. Hopefully I have some in my inventory. And this is your lot code. These are just little bugs that we're working on those. So now it's assign that to you. And as you go through the system and you press complete, it's kind of like your SOP, right? Here's what I want you to do. Here's what I'm asking, here are targets. I'm saying this has been complete. I'm checking the box. And I'm saying this particular recipe has gone through these stages. And we've added it, and here's what the numbers, that whether it's from your instrumentation or time. As we scroll down, you'll see there's buttons for time. Timing is a lot It's very important in the brewing process, as you guys are all very familiar with. So time, how long it took to do something. You can swim to start here, do the start button. It's just time stamped. And not only is it time stamped, it's actually user stamped. So it's saying Robin, did this step at this point within this recipe. Your things like temperature, gravity reading, that's interchangeable. You can pick Celsius or Fahrenheit. You can do Plato, specific gravity is just a really click of a button. Here's another example of just making it flexible. If you do step mashing, you're adding, just pausing, adding, or changing temperature, things like that. Just really easy to toggle back and forth. And what this all is doing is not just building it, for what we see right now, is putting it into an Excel spreadsheet. You can go back in time and see what's happened, and it breaks it up like that. If you can keep scrolling down. Lots of places for notes. Notes, when I always see your brew logs, there's notes everywhere because it's your form of communication. So we put notes on every page and after every really important section, specifically in fermentation, in fermentation. And if you can just go to the next key, your image, yeah, is blocking it. Thank you. And again, just following the process, I think you get the idea here. And your first running, that's where it's starting to build that fermentation curve. So here's my first running, my gravity reading, and now it's starting from that point to make the curve. And if you can keep going. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm just trying to look for off on this recipe. And I should mention same idea with your Voltaire grain, bill, your lot code, your supplier, it's linking all these things up. And then in your reports, you could say brew culture, lot code 31893, and it will pull up every brew run that product, that material went into. And what we're seeing here is, like I mentioned, derived from your recipe that you entered. So again, for that quality, consistency, repeatability standpoint. Go to the next one.
No.
Right. So fermentation. So again, here you could just on your previous measurements, if you could do the plus button.
Oh, yes. Looking right.
And if you can just scroll down for me. So as your beer or your wort's now fermenting, you're looking at your gravity measurement to make sure that and ensure that it's on task to be completed when it says or when you predict it will be completed. So it's just taking all those measurements and building that curve like we mentioned. And again, if you can scroll down here. So you're just adding it here. You can add other information too, like your pH, your cell count from your yeast, in different temperatures as again notes. And you can keep going. I'm going to talk about conditioning really quick, and then I'll get into packaging. So conditioning, really common practice. Maybe I'm putting it into a bright tank, but I have two bright tanks that are smaller, so I'm going to split that batch of beer. Here's where you can split batches of beer and still track which tanks it's gone into. If you can scroll down, and we're going to go to the next page after that. And then from there, we're going to package. So we're ready to package, and we're going to pick which tank we're packaging from, and we're going to say how much volume out waste, because waste is really important when you're figuring out the cost of a liter of beer. And you're going to say the date, where you're storing it, because common, we just got to get this beer out of this bright tank. We're going to peg it all, and we'll figure it out later. So where we're going to do that, because we want to be able to see and have a snapshot of what's in storage, what's ready to be delivered or shipped. So, and who it went to. And then if you don't know who it went to, because that's not been determined yet, you can go back and assign it to someone as it's been sold. And then of course your batch ID, that number that's on your packaging that you identify with when it goes out to the marketplace. And again, all pulling from our packaging, or sorry, our materials inventory. Here's our packaging. So we're literally just picking from drop-down menus, whether that's a cake, whether that's, you know, cans or bottles, you would add that all into your packaging materials in your inventory. And you would again do your supplier and that lot code to complete that traceability. And yeah, so and then at the bottom, it's obviously telling you how much is pulled out of that tank, how much has been or how much remains. And you know, as you go through, if it's empty, you know, you can release that tank and use it for another batch of beer. I'm just going to touch on reports. So here's you know, the reports we've been offering. Rewrite history is all the information we just entered through our brewing process, and you can, you know, see any of your current brews or previous brews. That's where all your history lives on that particular brew. If you go back to reports here, the cost of beer is literally the cost to make each, you know, any individual recipe. Inventory on hand, what do I have on hand as far as raw materials as well as package? And packaged goods, this is under, we're just on the other development site. And traceability, again, that example of if you go and say brew culture came back to me and they told me that this pale malt, you know, there's traces of, you know, rat poison or something in it, you can go back, you can enter that lot code, and it would bring up all the beer, or all the batches of beer that went into, and who the end customer was. You can go back to the presentation. And next slide. Yeah, so just to wrap things up, and so we've made this to be, again, user-friendly, very intuitive to use, following your own process. It's economical. It starts at $129 Canadian a month. It can be implemented in a day. It's really, really simple. We also, just on that topic, we just recently have a new training platform so that there's those 30-second micro videos that can re-teach you or train new, you know, new employees to use the program. So there's that consistency on how it's being used. We can show, you know, with reports and graphs how consistent product is, where things have gone, you know, or that are different from previous times. It's real-time information like your cost of goods sold, how much packaged goods there are because you need to complete your excise tax, inventory, those types of things. It complies with the traceability on the production side of things, and it can scale with your brewery. You can add as many users as you like. And these are just a few some testimonials from some of our customers. But I was wondering if anyone had any questions.
For the raw materials, I'm wondering if everything is digital. Do suppliers provide like a QR tag or so that you could read, and then instead of punching all that in manually, just read this, and then it populates whatever log number, supplier, yada yada. Does it exist?
It doesn't exist that I know of, or not industry wide at least.
Yeah.
I know I always try to help people find their lot codes because not a lot of people even recognize that there is a lot code, but there is a lot code on every product because they're mandated to have that lot code to do their business. So if not that it does, if not, I don't know if it exists, but it'd be very cool if it did.
It'd be very convenient, right?
Extremely.
And then it'll populate everything that you need. Also, could you create such a code when you ship a product? So that creates a QR code that you just put on your boxes, on your system or whatever, and you
the only, well, I guess in theory, your batch ID, which is how a producer recognizes that particular product in the market. I guess that would, I don't know if you could pair the two, but it would be very cool. More automation or more the way you can sync things and yeah, it's just yeah, any ideas? Love to collaborate with that.
The inventory. How detailed is it? Just like you're already using a warehouse, like an inventory management system, is this going to be like a duplicate type thing where it's like, we have to still use our inventory management and then put this same information into a new system for?
So, we have customers that have, like, they've been using, they have other software that they use for inventory.
Yeah.
But they also use BrewWizz Insight, because like I mentioned, we just built up inventory and packaging, so before it just exists without those kind of pillars, I call them. Because we always focus on the middle, the full production. So we have many customers actually that use BrewWizz Insight without the inventory and packaging piece, because they already have, like you said, a legacy system that they're using, and you know that's comfortable. So they're using it alongside.
But you're saying you guys are just getting into that now, right?
Yeah, and we've done it, I would say, in a very straightforward, way. You were asking what information is being communicated. It's, yes, how much you have on hand, where it's located, as well as the average cost. So if you paid different prices, maybe you got a sale on hops.
Yeah.
The average that cost of that Galaxy hop, just to give you an idea.
So might it be that if you have an inventory system already, and you make yours on top, then you can get rid of the existing.
Absolutely, yeah. But the interesting thing about when you're talking about other solutions that have inventory, they're only concentrating on inventory. It's not about the process. So it doesn't apply with that new mandate. It's another spreadsheet that they have to keep. And that's where they're finding BrewWizz Insights really helping them, because they don't have to keep that other spreadsheet.
So the inventory you kind of need for bookkeeping, but yours will be for production, which means the other one for bookkeeping, if you're not that fussy about it, you can skip it, that's up to you. But your part, that what you're coming, you have to.
That's right.
So also also.
Bookkeeping is somewhere like integrating with a third party online accounting system like a QuickBooks or a Xero. That's somewhere where we want to go. I'm going to, honestly, that is a beast. It is a beast. And I know we have to learn a lot more and understand a lot more before you can implement such a thing to make it useful. I know breweries around here that try to implement other solutions on their integration for accounting, and it took them 6 months and they abandoned it because they could not get it to work. And those are true stories. Like as you can see, it's really important that it's user friendly and it's easy. So I'd rather take the time and figure it out before just offering something like that. And yeah, just wanted to share my.
Question about, are the reports customizable?
They're not at the moment, other than your packaging, you can pick the date, like specific start and end date. So for excise tax, that's really important. But right now, other than typing in if you're looking for something specific. Reports, I see so much opportunity to build out, especially that visualization piece and control charts and things like that.
How easy would it be to have different block numbers with the same input?
Yeah, so that's a great question, because we were talking about that, and that's really common. So like, I'm sure you're aware, like if you had a malt, like that was harvested within this period of time, it's all the same lot code. So as long, it really doesn't matter because of the time it's processed. It's however the supplier references that. It doesn't matter if you've got it in January and then got another batch in June. If it has the same lot code, it's all been harvested at the same time.
Let's say something like hops, maybe you're using 2018, finished all of 2018 halfway through brew, and now you're using your 2019.
Yeah. So right now, that's a great question. We're just adding, add another line or add another lot code, and you can add multiple lot codes, whether it's the same material or raw material or a secondary, because substitutions I know happen a lot. Yeah. Thank you guys for your time. I'd love to hear more about breweries, distilleries, cideries, and love to connect. Thank you.
Thanks.
If everyone wants to take a 5-minute break while we get set up, use the bathroom, set your legs, we'll meet back there in 5.
Anyone bring any samples that want to get them tested?
think we can get started. Yeah. So, hi everyone, my name is Lee Hustis. I'm with Acadia University. I'm director of the Office of Industry and Community Engagement. I'm filling your computer supplies.
I always recommend my customers to yell at the instrument if it's not good.
Do we turn the volume down?
At least it gives you a lead.
I threaten electronic things because I know enough to take them apart, but not enough to put them back together. That's my
Threaten to replace it with a competitive solution. Like we have an iPhone, threaten to replace an
It knows
Oh, yeah.
it knows I don't have it. My iPhone knows it.
So let's start again, or while we're getting set up. I head up the Office of Industry and Community Engagement at Acadia. So this office is responsible for industry interactions with the university. Most of those interactions relating to research activities and applied research. So not things going off and going on in labs necessarily, but working with companies and community partners and helping build innovative new products and services. And we've been involved in this industry for years and years, particularly early on in the wine industry. We did a number of research projects, did a number of analysis projects for wineries. Some of our chemists got involved. And over time, we started ALAB. So ALAB originally began really as more of a wine analysis lab. We received funding from the provincial and federal government to open the lab. We acquired new equipment. We started off in one lab, it grew and grew. Then we moved into the new Hustis Innovation Pavilion. No relationship to my last name, unfortunately. So it's a state-of-the-art lab that has been funded by governments. Governments want to ensure that as the industry grows, not only the wine industry, but the brewing and distilling and so on, that the industry is meeting certain standards. So Lars is a frequent visitor to our lab. We have some of the Anton-Paar equipment in the lab. And we do a number of analytical tests for folks. So we started off with the wines I mentioned. We do testing out for cideries, breweries, wineries, kombucha. So both alcoholic and non-alcoholic products. As we grew, we realized that one of our faculty members, the chemist, was not able to keep up with the demand. So ultimately, we hired a full-time technician from Ontario, and quite recently, we've hired a second full-time technician. So every year, our analysis services double. So making massive progress in the industry. It's so nice to see other companies speak to meeting other needs in the industry, particularly on the food regulatory side. It's very complicated. So I appreciate the last presentation. And Lars, the production process, we're all trying to make better products. And so these companies, you see them sprouting up to try to help you folks succeed in this industry. One other point, the lab is located in Hustis Innovation Pavilion. There's 3 other labs in that particular location. So there's ALAB, the analytical lab. There is Perennia, they're one of our new tenants. And we have one of their services labs. They do soil testing services. 2 other labs. One is a food products labs. We help companies develop new products, new food and beverage products. And then to round things out, we have an Agri-Tech lab. So Acadia's work in the Agri-Tech, Agri-Food area is growing dramatically. Over 60% of our work now is in that area. So I'm here as opposed to our technicians who should be here. But we're receiving ISO accreditation. So CALA is there on site today and tomorrow doing audits to ensure that we're meeting certain standards. And if that audit is successful, I was just mentioning it to Lars, we will receive ISO accreditations, which is very exciting and necessary, you'll discover in this industry as well. So the lab is led by John Rimbaud. He's one of our chemists. He's the director of the lab. But the two folks you will get to know if you haven't got to know them already. Who's used ALAB in the room so far for analysis services? Love. Okay, some of you
I
may
got a
have.
tour when it opened, so I was quite excited to go down. And Haley, I think it was when Haley was first hired.
Yes, she's amazing. Haley is in the middle. She's the lab manager and technician. And Ryan just joined us a few months ago. He's a Acadia grad, yes. But he worked for a number of different companies and then joined us. I'm there more in the business development. I sort of help out when appropriate when we're dealing with government partners. We're also talking to other jurisdictions about using the lab as well. So I'm involved in those discussions. Katrin Sommerfeld, my partner in crime, she also works for the Industry and Community Engagement Office, but we're involved on a daily basis with ALAB. It's not about, for Acadia, I talked about the applied research being so important. It's about economic development, and all universities should and are participating in a lot of activities to help grow industries here in Nova Scotia and in our region. So, you know, people say it's a commercial lab. It's not a commercial lab. We're not out to make money. It's a services lab to help grow the industry. Yeah, beg, borrow, and steal from our administration all the time, but they're fully supportive as well. And we also have another person who works with the lab, Nestle Ibbett. She works actually full-time for Perennia, but when you send your samples to the lab for analysis, you can tick a box and have the samples interpreted by Nestle on the wine side, and also we're moving into the beer side as well. And when you do testing and you have reports spit out on these machines, their numbers, you know, I wouldn't know what the heck it means. Many of you do, but you will want to make the best product you can. So if you have an expert interpreting that data, they'll be able to then go back to you and say, this is what perhaps this number should be, and this is how you get there. So really important. And I mentioned some of the partnerships. We've been working obviously with the Winery Association for years. We sit on the board, Acadia does. Nova Scotia Ag are on my fast call dial. COA has helped fund us, the Grape Growers Crackers Association. So it's really a partnership. Now, as we grew and we developed standards, testing standards, we were in discussions almost daily with the LCBO. So when we are ISO accredited, when you get your certificate of analysis from ALAB, you can use it anywhere. And so LCBO are a super partner of ours, and they've been very generous with their time. So what do? We offer a full suite of analysis services. So on pre-production side, post-production, everything from alcohol to ethyl carbonate. I'll go into that a little bit. So we receive sometimes from the wineries, not just the wine, but grape samples. We receive the slurry from the grapes, et cetera, et cetera. We also post, just before you bottle it, you're testing your alcohol levels, for example. But just before you bottle it, it's important as well to test for the alcohol levels for labeling requirements. We offer a full suite of services, but also individual low-cost testing to ensure you meet the needs of your production process along the way. Yeah, Haley's not here, but she's available anytime. I'll show you her contact information. But all our services are available on the website. And when you want to send a sample in, you print out the form or do it electronically and shoot it by email. And then samples can be sent, courier, mail if it's not timely, or dropped off on site. Again, we offer package deals for analysis as well. And we customize things all the time. Now, I did want to touch on our relationship with NSLC. And you may or may not have attended the meetings the NSLC had a couple of months ago to talk about some of the testing they're going to be doing going forward. So ultimately, it'll be mandatory testing for all products listed in the NSLC stores. So it's important not only for local producers, but when they're bringing in products from other jurisdictions, some of those products have never been tested either. So they recognize the need for this, not only from a consumer safety point of view, but they want you to grow as well. So it's obviously important from an export potential, whether it's outside the province or internationally, it's exceedingly important. So NSLC are working with ALAB to move towards mandatory testing. They've been doing spot testing now for a number of months. That'll increase over time and ultimately it will be mandatory. So in line with that, we've been ensuring that we secure ISO accreditation, as well as some of the tests that we weren't able to do before, for example, for pesticides. So we're working to develop protocols to be able to do those tests as well. And we could talk about some of this if you haven't heard of this testing yet. So it is phased in. NSLC are paying for it now, and hopefully that'll continue in the near future to be determined. So this is what we test for, and following successful completion of that testing, you get a certificate of analysis. And again, that allows you to sell your product in other jurisdictions, and ultimately will allow you to sell your products in NSLC stores, and ensures a safe product for your consumers if you're not planning to sell your products in retail locations. And so some of them, alcohol, talk about sugar, of course, some obvious ones, but some not so obvious ones that you may or may not be familiar with. So there's certain metals we test for, pesticides, and then things like ethyl carbamate. I don't know what that is, but it's important. It's a carcinogen, causes cancer. And it occurs naturally to some degree, but it can be exacerbated by the certain production processes. And so that's governed by Health Canada, and there's nothing we can do about that. So there are certain levels that are naturally occurring, but if you exceed those levels, it can be very, it's a consumer safety issue. Alcohol by volume, I touched on that, pre-production, pre-packaging or bottling. It's important to get that alcohol content right before you spend time labeling, or before the corporation does testing, discovers that alcohol is not quite what it says it is. And then, of course, routine products to ensure you're making a quality product. And I mentioned we do testing for beverage, alcohol and non-alcohol beverage producers, but we also do a lot of testing for other types of food and beverage products. And I'm going to show you some of those, but some of the things we do test on: caffeine, ethanol, yeast counts, curcumins, those kind of things. So if you have other products and you're interested in talking to us, even if we don't have a methodology to do the testing, we can develop one. Now we also do, we're on a university campus, so we're fortunate because we have access to so many other folks on campus, faculty members and students, that we also are able to do research projects. So again, research, what does that mean? It means if you're interested in doing a new brew and you want to see what consumers think about it, we can not only help you make the product, we can do sensory testing on campus to see what consumers think about your product. So we have a sensory center just upstairs, actually, from the lab. We've worked with folks to do that, including Boxing Rocks. We help to using natural yeast that I think ultimately came from the Blue Nose Chef. It's occurring, obviously. We help them make a new product. Clever Food Products is a very innovative new company that's developed a blueberry powder with high antioxidant levels. We're helping them on that product. Perennia, we have many research projects going on with Perennia on the grape side. Testing for Acadia is a cannabis company, so we've done testing for them. We're not in a formal cannabis analysis lab, but we've done microencapsulation on their products to help them become water soluble as they move into the cannabis beverage market. So help them on those products. Deep was a company that they developed a yeast counter, a box that would say, put your samples in. We help them test their product in the lab. So if there's pieces of equipment or other wonky things that you folks are looking at doing, we can help you test those products and services and help you validate them so you can get them to market much quicker, and with the backing of the university behind you. So it's about quality assurance, it's also about cleaning the equipment, cleaning.
Maybe knows about it.
Haley is, yeah. And the question came up about calibration, it's so important. I mean, yeah, so this is not easy stuff. And I'm just boggled by the cost of maintenance and those kind of things and the equipment. And Lars is amazing, I must say. Yeah, if we ever have a need, we call Lars. And when he talked about support, I can't tell you enough how that volunteers help support our labs and continue to grow. So we've got dedicated personnel. We are fast. That alcohol test we talked about, we can do that in a couple of hours. Yeah, we can do, and then we also, yeah, we do inter-laboratory comparison testing. It's not, you don't have to rely on our numbers. You know, we do things all the time, proficiency testing to make sure that the numbers go out in the certificate of analysis. And by the way, the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation has already done a lot of that proficiency testing. They wanted to ensure when they came to ALAB that our numbers would be accurate. And that was not a problem. Confidentiality is incredibly important. And the analysis results do not go anywhere except for currently the LCBO. If you come to us directly, they go to you. We don't share them with anyone. And even the quality assurance person that I spoke to at Perennia, you need to check that box to ensure that our data, that your data is being sent to Perennia. So highly confidential and in a secure server as well. That was a pretty dark quick. Tell them I'm not a technical person. I was ready those kind of questions, but this is contact information and the email for Haley. Any questions?
I have comments. Thank you for praising me. It's always nice to hear that from someone else. You know, great, praise yourself. And nevertheless, I want to praise the ALAB, not as a kickback, but just as a fact. So if you need your samples tested, you know, and it's quick, you just go to Haley, you drop them off, you take your coffee 5 minutes outside, and you get the results, depending on what the test it is. But for example, the alcohol test, so she has one of my machines over there. So it takes like 3 or 4 minutes. So you get your result basically instantly. You have urgent need, jump in the car and go there. And usually she can make time right away. Of course, I can't promise that for her, but whenever I was there and I see people coming in the door, the winemakers in particular, and you know, she's, yeah, there's your printer, I'll send you the link with the official report. So that's very quick. Also, when it comes to testing, depending on the size of the business, I'm happy to sell equipment to you. Nevertheless, I want to sell value to you, right? And as you get started, go to the ALAB first, right? They are accessible, they're movable, they're way cheaper than the instruments are. Hopefully, eventually, you will have to get there, right? But go to them first. They can help you way cheaper. This is not for all of the data that you would need, at least in particular for breweries, but when it comes to alcohol and such like that, go to the ALAB. They should be your first address. And once you move, then you want your own instrument, but not in the beginning. Yeah, so that.
Any other questions?
I had a question that actually came up earlier this week.
Sure.
I was learning this week about that they're called P, like processing units or packaging units. And I was about to go down through that exercise of who tests for that, and I hear people say, well, try that, I'll try it. I don't know if that's too technical of a question. Like,
What type of tests are involved?
so what it is it measures the how much heat that a product can handle before it changes flavor. Yeah, and the reason it comes up is because I'm looking at how fast rather than they need to know, like, well, how much PU can your product say. And I don't know how to test for that, so that's kind of like this is time.
So I'm not sure, but I can definitely get back to you. I'll give you a contact. And the good thing is, if Haley and Ryan can't do it in ALAB, one of our chemists probably can, or you know, so that's the benefit as well of coming to the lab. Because you really are, you know, we have 300 faculty members who are there to assist as well. Any other questions? Super. Now I encourage you to certainly contact us, go to the website, find a few support partner. So even if you don't need us now, remember that we're there, and if you do have questions, certainly contact us anytime. So I'm making the afternoon shorter before the drinks, so I think that's
Great.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew. Just one moment, Matthew. Hi, Matthew, you can go ahead. Matthew, can you hear me? Matthew, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, perfect. You can go ahead with your presentation.
perfect. Thank you. I'll just start sharing my screen. Are you capable of seeing the presentation now?
Looks great, thanks.
Perfect. So hi everyone. Thanks again for Ignite to having me today to show you a bit of what we do. So to give you just a bit of an explanation, we are a new product company based in Edmundston. And basically what we do inline quality control and grading solution for the food industry. So, and by food, I mean canning industry, poultry, meat, bakery, and seafood. Since our beginning in 1985, we've done a lot of seafood. And we had a lot of companies that asked us to do systems specifically for their application. So from there, developed a couple of application and technologies that we use in other industries such as beverage industry, canning industry, and from project to the other, we developed basically a portfolio of all systems we did, but basically each system we do is 100% custom built. So you need to understand that the presentation you're going to see today is really based on the project we previously done, but the technology that we use is expandable to other industry, along with beverage industry as well, but also to non-food product also. So just let me introduce you to a couple of applications we do and explain to you a little bit more of our technology. So basically, Lizotte machine vision is for the use of machine vision. So machine vision in the industry is basically automation based on an images. So basically an X-ray images or color images or laser reading, weight scale, or something like this that you want to find in your product. So basically what we do is we're going to design a system to either grade a product by size. So by example, if I'm doing shrimps and I want all the small shrimp together, the medium shrimp together, and then the large shrimp together, we are capable of doing that. Or our sorting system is basically inspecting a large amount of product at the same time on the processing line. And then if one of them we detect if it's a defect, we can individually eject each pieces. So let me show you a couple of examples. So this is a system I like to show since you guys are in the Atlantic region. It's one of our original system in '99 we did for a company in Nova Scotia. So basically what we do here is we're gonna inspect each surf clam in this scenario to detect their color and their size. So basically at the end, we're gonna put all the orange together in one category, the yellow together, and then the red one come in 7 different sizes. So basically by taking a picture, we are capable of ejecting each pieces and determining each category that those claims belong. So basically we can eject them into the right category. And then the use of vision. So in this scenario, it's the inspection by color camera to grade a product. But this technology extends also to X-ray. So basically what we do with X-ray, we can technically inspect the inside of any product. So basically for a pin bone, a bone in a piece of chicken, by example, or also any foreign material, so metal, stainless steel, ceramic, glass, things like this. But with the X-ray, we are also capable of seeing any shape imperfection. So in this scenario, a missing corner, a split fillet, a void inside a fillet, also any overlaps, so two burgers stacked over each other. And then with an X-ray, we're also capable for those type of product of seeing the individual weight of each product. So if my goal is to have each burger to be at 35 grams and our tolerance is plus minus 5 grams, then anything that more than 40 grams or less than 30, we're going to be capable of ejecting those products out of the processing line. So I know that those technology is not really relevant to your industry. If the purpose today is basically based on beverage and things like that, but I'm going to go later to our beverage inspection system. But what we like to show here, we use individual kickers. So in this scenario, if I need to open 3 kicker at the same time, 4 kicker, 1 kicker, it will automatically open the amount of kicker to make sure that we only eject the defective one. You're going to see better in this scenario here. So whatever is the orientation of the product, where it's coming on the belt, we're going to detect it and eject individually each defect. And again, this technology is applicable to many, many industry. Gonna skip this one here. So the same technology, we use it a lot in the meat industry, either to detect shape defect, color imperfection. So on a burger, by example, we can also detect anything that is a low density foreign material. So what we call low density foreign material is instead of detecting by X-ray, like a piece of stainless steel, a piece of metal, a piece of glass, we are capable with a color camera to identify any foreign bodies that is detectable by color. So basically what I mean by that, it's if you're looking about a red burger and I have a blue piece of plastic on it, technically with a vision inspection system, we are capable of seeing the difference of color with the belt or the piece of plastic versus the burger. So then we are capable of ejecting the burger with a piece of foreign bodies by detecting it by color camera. But what makes us a lot different, it's there's not a lot of company out there combining in the same machine color inspection with X-ray. And it is what we do in the industry of meat and poultry. So right now we're booming a lot in this industry since we are combining both technology together in one system. So basically what we do is if we have any shape defect, weight discrepancies, or that will not affect any foreign bodies, it will eject over here and it will be diverted to a bin down there. If it's foreign bodies, either by color or by a piece of metal, embedded metal, a bone or something like this, each burger with a defect will be diverted below the machine in a lock box like this, and basically it will not contaminate it again on the processing line. So here, there's a couple of examples of what we get with a burger, by example, 0.5 millimeter of steel in a burger like this. So it's pretty small, and combining X-ray and color camera, we get a lot of defect that only an X-ray system will not get normally, or a metal detector will not get as well. Since with X-ray we detect density is different than a metal detector, since the metal detector will not detect glass or ceramic or things like that, bones. With an X-ray, we will do that. So we have more option with that. So another one I like to show, because it's a different setup, it's when we combine two vision color inspection in the same machine. So in this scenario, in the poultry world, we do inspection for chicken breast to detect blood spot, remaining skin, fat, so any visual defect that is on a chicken breast. But what we do different is inside the machine, we have the first station up here. We flip each breast to take a second picture to see the bottom or the top of the chicken breast. And then if the chicken breasts are good, they will go through. And then if they are bad, they will go up and be diverted to a worker. So basically, prior to having our machine, they had 12 workers on the line touching and looking at each breast and retrimming each breast. Right now, what they do, they only have one person each side to take and retrim each breast that we will eject. So all the one in the middle are good, and the one that we are ejecting over here needs some retrim or something like this. So those are some examples of what we get with dual inspection. And on the same system, and this is applicable to any industry such as canning or anything like that, you can process more than one product on the same machine. So if within the same day, within the same hours, or within the same shift, you are processing more than just one type of cans or one type of product, our system, since everything is custom built, including the vision inspection system inside the machine, so the algorithm and everything, we build a specific inspection file for each of your products. So basically here you just saw wings, chicken tender, chicken popcorn, burgers. So each product has its own inspection file, since the color is not the same, the size is not the same, and everything like that. So within a couple of seconds, the worker can just click on the file, choose what they want to inspect or the product they will process on the belt, and then the machine will be ready to go for this type of product. And in here, what you saw is a similar ejection mechanism that we use with the fish fillet. The only difference here is they are not with belt, because they are IQF frozen product, and the product is really frozen. So to not damage the belt and everything, we use those different type of kicker for this application. So they are a bit different than the other one we have. Also, we do a lot of system in the bakery. I didn't include all our system in my presentation today because I didn't want it to overwhelm you with everything we do. But one type of system we do, it's a batching system. So basically, we have some customers that need to create some batch with their products. And here, instead of using, normally they will use laser to count each pieces. But with laser, it's not precise, because sometimes you're going to have a product that will pass twice on the belt or something like this, so the count will not be perfect. With our vision system, we will individually identify each pieces and count it to a perfect count. And once we're going to have a perfect batch, it will be diverted directly to the box over here, and then this gate will flip over to fill up the second box simultaneously. So then we are capable to pack one box after each other to the perfect count. So in this scenario here, it's 120 donut per box. And then once they're going to have the correct count, the box will go through packaging and then to palletizing and everything else. So it's basically using vision to count and put product in a specific batch. So the reason I was here today is to explain to you a little bit our system with inspection for can seam. This is also applicable to other type of inspection for a 360-degree vision around a can, a bottle, or things like that. Out there, you're going to have a lot of solution, by example, to see barcodes or defect with the labels or things like that. We don't really do those types of things. What we do, it's pretty more specific. So it basically our expertise within since our beginning in business, we are doing those can inspection system. We have system in Mexico, Guyana, Chile. We have system in Japan for this type of specific inspection. So basically what we do, our basic seam inspection system will see 360-degree around the can. So basically, we are looking at the seam of the can. If you have some spurs, droop, any missed seam, you're missing a lid or something like this, we are capable of detecting that. I'm going to show you in a couple of seconds some video about that. But other types of inspection we offer with can, we also are capable of integrating an X-ray to see inside the can. So for the inside of the can, we can see foreign bodies. Sometimes we can also see fill level. So if, by example, you're looking at a beer can, by example, we can see if the beer it's top or you're missing some liquid and things like that, and then we can eject it out of the processing line. And then we also do in some scenario the whole inspection of the can. So I'll show you a couple of examples here. Those are some specific defect we detect. So any misstep, any imperfection within all around the cans. This is applicable to round cans, square can, quarter club can, to any type of can. The thing is, it's sometimes on the same processing line, you can also process more than just one type of can or one height of can, and the system can be adjusted to that. So basically our system is using 6 cameras. So you see here, we see every angle. We are capable of detecting the seam in our images, and then we detect if the seam is perfectly lined up or if we see any imperfection or defect within the images. We are capable of ejecting the can affected by this defect. So it's pretty simple as an application, but it takes a lot of years to develop a system really precise and doesn't have a lot of false kick and everything like that. So you're going to see here, if we detect a defect, it's just a small air activated kicker that will eject the can out of the processing line. And this is a basic seam inspection system. We also do the same thing within the same machine or within 2 units. To do the first station, it's a seam inspection station, the same thing as you just saw. But the second station will see foreign material, so inside the can with an X-ray to see if there's any foreign material inside the can. And at the end, you can have it all ejected in the same category, or in here, though each machine have its own ejector. So one for foreign material and the other one's going to be for seam inspection. So sometimes you need different setups. So if, by example, I'm doing beer can, small beer can, and then I'm doing large beer cans, but the same diameter, basically I can have a single station machine with a lifting camera plate. So basically to go at different level to see, okay, the small can, and then the camera will lift up for the other side of the other size of can, sorry. But if on the same line, within a couple of seconds, you are processing more than just one size of can or 2 sizes of can, we also have systems sometimes that we need to integrate a whole 2 lines or 4 lines, like something like this, inside the same machine. So basically what I meant by that, it's in here, the scenario is a customer that on the same line, they are processing 4 different shape of cans. So round can, quarter club cans, so fish cans, and then they're going to have oval can and another type of can. So basically at the end, for us, it means that each inspection station, each camera setup needs to be different for each size of can. So instead to having somebody open a machine, change all the cameras and everything, within this setup, what we do, there's some program in there. So the operator will select the new type of can you want to process, and basically the machine will drop down to the right station, and each station have its own 6 cameras, its lighting chamber, its ejector, its conveyor, everything. So basically you're looking at 4 machines in one. So for a high-speed processor of can, it's pretty easy. So basically, if they are changing the type of can within a couple of minutes or a couple of hours, they can easily, and they don't need to adjust anything. It's just the machine will set up automatically while they're going to select the type of can to inspect, and then the machine is good to go. Normally with can, we work in dry area. So normally the can are dry, are not wet, to be able to see the seam perfectly, because you can't have some water on the seam because it will create some false defect for us. We're going to see it as a defect. Sometimes we need to do wash down system. So this application was designed for Campbell Soup in the US. Basically what we did is the same thing we do with cans, but instead of having a regular system, we dry out the can. This is in a wet facility. So the can are wet we dry them with a dryer, and then we inspect it. So the machine is fully washed down, like our other machine that normally our can machine is not fully washed down. And then we are capable of ejecting any seam imperfection, the same thing that we do with other cans. So it's pretty applicable to any type of can, any type of beverages. So it's pretty similar to what we do with cans. And again, we have various types of product that we inspect. So again, round can. So very similar. It was installed in Ontario for Heinz. They had a big recall for cans, and then instead of throwing away all those cans, we were inspecting all of them, and then we were just rejecting the defect, and all the good one can go to distributor and be sold to customer. And I was showing you a couple of seconds ago the 4-station one, but this one is pretty similar, but it's a 2-station one. So again, each system is fully custom. So depending on your need, depending of the type of cane, the height of the cane that you need, we can design a machine base for that. And the thing different with this one that I want to show you, it's yes, we have 2 different stations, but along that, one of the station has a lifting camera plate. So basically inside this machine, we are doing 3 types of 3 sizes of can. So since it's the same diameter, this camera plate you're going to see in a couple of seconds. Will drop down automatically to be used for smaller can. So basically, within the same station, we can inspect more than just one size of can. So take note that this system, this video was made a couple of weeks back because the machine is not installed yet to our customer in Malaysia. It's gonna go out next week. So it's why I don't have a full video inside the processing plant. But just to show you what a lifting plate does and why sometimes we need that. And then I was talking earlier about a total inspection. Sometimes we do that with something like this. In this scenario, we inspect at first the top of the can. So basically we are looking for any dent. After that, we're gonna see the first seam, so the top seam. We flip each can through to go check at the other seam. So we always inspect the seam from the top. So it's why we flip it here. And then we also gonna see side dent. So we are using a different technology to see any dent imperfection outside the can. And then foreign material at the end with an X-ray. So this whole line combined 5 camera setup or 5 vision setup to have a total inspection at the end. So yeah, so this is a quick introduction to what we do. I didn't include all of our system and everything because I don't want to have you all day and me explaining what we do, but be pleased to reach out. I'll be pleased to, if you have a potential application, or sometimes some people don't know if something is possible, just call me or email me. I'll be pleased to sit down with you. We did a lot of tests for a lot of application that maybe is not in the presentation, but maybe we have already a machine for that. So yes, that's it. I don't know if you have some question for me, any question, or if you have any project in mind, and maybe we can, I can confirm if we already do that or something like this.
Wonderful, thank you, Matthew. Do we have any questions in person here? Anyone have any questions for Matthew? Otherwise, you can always reach out. I'll have his contact info. Looks like we're good, Matthew. Thank you so much for joining us today and giving us the presentation. And I'll pass along your contact info in case anyone has questions.
Perfect, thank you.
Great. Have a great day.
You too.
Awesome. Thanks Chelsea for joining us. You can go ahead and get started.
Good, you guys can see everything and hear me?
Yes, we can. Yep, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. We won't keep you too long as I know beer o'clock is approaching and we don't want to impede on that. So my name is Chelsea and I'm a food scientist at Perennia. And I specialize in beverage development and also have some brewing experience. And also Tyler is joining in person there today, and he is leading our mobile services. And we're going to give you a quick overview of our services that we can provide to the beverage and wine industry. So Perennia Food and Agriculture offers specialized development and consulting services to the agricultural, seafood, cannabis, and food processing sectors in Atlantic Canada. Our highly skilled and collaborative team focuses on superior customer service, proactive solutions, and innovative approaches to meet client needs. Our mission is to support growth, transformation, economic development in Nova Scotia and where we can beyond, agriculture, seafood, food and beverage sectors. So we have many different departments that cover multiple food sectors. And as I previously said, today we're going to be focusing on the ones for beverage. So I'm going to start with our agricultural services. Nestle has already been brought up today. She is our winemaking and innovation specialist. She works directly with industry to maximize the quality of the wines produced in Nova Scotia. In her role, she provides advice and information to wineries, including interpretation of lab analysis, assistance to wineries in finding opportunities to improve their wines, as well as oenological support on projects specific to wineries. We also have a team of agriculture production specialists that work under the Agriculture Production Extension Program on behalf of the Nova Scotia Department of Agriculture. As part of this program, they are available to commercial farms to troubleshoot issues, as well as create content such as fact sheets, newsletters, and podcasts to the use of Nova Scotia producers to advance their skills and have a successful farming operation. Related to the industries that we're talking about today, we have a viticulture specialist, a field crop specialist who can help out with malting grains, and a vegetable specialist who can help offer support with hops. Our plant health lab, which also was mentioned before, is now at Acadia, was created in 2018 to help local producers through classical and molecular approaches for early disease diagnostics, such as fungi, bacteria, viruses, and nematodes in crops. Next, we have our food safety services, and they provide several different things. They have assessments, which will help you start or improve your food safety and quality program. They can offer a needs assessment, gap assessments, or pre-audit assessments. They offer coaching to your company, so they can help customize your food safety program, which can be implemented with success and confidence that it follows appropriate regulatory requirements. Some of the programs that they can help with are Safe Food for Canadians, SQF, good manufacturing practices, large retail requirements, such as getting into Loblaws or Costco, and many more options depending on what you are producing and where your intended market is. The team offers a number of public training courses each year under a partnership with NSF International, and they also offer private training customized to your company if that is what you prefer. Other areas that are covered by our food safety team are recall recovery support, traceability guidance, which is always something that I hear a lot of people talking about, and also facility process flow reviews. The team also has an amazing library of resources online, so please feel free to check them out. It's a lot of helpful information there. For a more beverage specific note, the team, myself, and also Nestle have been helping the NSLC out with their current endeavor on implementing their new testing program, and we're providing some education to them and also eventually to industry to help everyone with this new process. Product development, my area. So our product development services, our aim is to help clients with their journey to commercialization of their product. So we can do that in many different ways. We can start with formula development. So if you just have a concept and not a formula, we can help you create something at the benchtop level and make your vision come a reality. We can also review existing formulations or recipes that you have and help you take those next steps to getting them to commercialization or scale up. We can help with ingredient sourcing, which then leads to the helping with costing of formulations. We can help find packaging options. We can help with process development, so developing procedures in producing your product that can be scaled up to meet current processing capabilities or that of a co-packer. We can also review existing processes to help with any troubleshooting. We can then help with scale up. So we can help you find a co-packer if you don't have anywhere to produce your product. We can also help with finding equipment if there's something specific that you need. And then we can help you with on-site pilot trial assistance for scaling up your product. We also can do nutrition facts table development and labeling guidance for your products. And then finally, we have shelf life studies. We can offer several different shelf life analysis to help you determine the estimated shelf life of your final packaged product. We can do these at ambient or room temperature conditions, which simulate store shelves, accelerated at higher temperatures, which provide a quick estimate on your estimated shelf life, or refrigerated or frozen if that applies. During a shelf life study, we do microbial analysis to ensure that your product is safe over time. We do the necessary analytical testing and most importantly, sensory analysis to determine how or if your product changes over time. We also have some analytical services that can do the standard beverage testing, but as you saw before, ALAB are your go-to for any of the testing that is required by the NSLC. Our product development team, we also have a large library of resources online. We have webinars and fact sheets that have been developed by our specialists and partners, and they cover a wide range of topics, as you can see on the screen, which hopefully is helpful to producers to bring a product from idea to commercialization. We just recently, in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture, launched the Food and Beverage Business Accelerator Program, or as we like to call FABA, because that is a mouthful. So through this program, the aim is to give agribusiness the opportunity for funding. And we can do that in several of the following streams: food safety, product development, technical obstacles, acceleration, and food labeling support. With this funding, you're able to get 50% to 75% funding up to $5,000 or $10,000 per year per stream. Please check out the department's website for more details on eligibility criteria and how to apply. An important note, though, the first portion of this funding applications will be closing on December 31st. If you have any major projects that you think will take more than a couple months to complete, we recommend that you apply for next year's funding program, which opens again at the beginning of April. Okay, Tyler's turn now. So just yell at me, Tyler, when you want the slide changed.
Just going to touch base for a minute on the filtration and bottling services that are mobile that we also offer. So Perennia has a 1,500 bottle an hour, 9-head filler mobile bottling service. We do several different sizes, diameter of bottles, and the most common being a 750 ml bottle. There's a maximum height of 330 in the bottom height. Certain diameters we can do, but we're pretty, we have a good array of sizes we can use there. The service is for uncarbonated products. If there's enough demand for sparkling and things like that, that'd be something maybe in the future. But at this time, wine, vodkas, gins, things like that, we can, that's like a large, some reed material for them. We can look into. ROPP screw top and corks are available closures to top off the bottles. And just a note, we were able to help out during the beginning stage of the pandemic with a partner in the room, actually, and do 50,000 bottles of hand sanitizer early in the pandemic. If you go to the next slide, Michelle, just a little fun fact, there was 600,000 bottles we've done to date, mostly in the wine industry, but it's been going from there. To the next slide. So just some benefits here, such a service starts with ability. So being local is a benefit. It adds with the ability to be flexible with our schedule and with yours. Getting large volumes bottled in a shorter amount of time helps with labor costs. No need for expensive capital and maintenance costs on upgrading bottle capacities. And Perennia has a professional team that enjoys helping their business grow. Next slide might be on the filtration. You want to go to the next one? So the filtration, and that's one thing that in the wine industry we focus a lot on. Then we started working in other industries, and we have capabilities to do more than just wines. So ciders, beers, juices, things like that. There's things to watch out for if I can get into that. Lars, the minute question, so I got more reading material on filtration. It's not a bad thing. It's a way to explain it. So Perennia's crossflow filtration mobile service is capable of filtering between 4,000 to 6,000 liters per hour. Turbidity testing, develop solids, different products. So somebody puts a product through. I had people ask me before, what speed does it go? The product decides. I don't. It's the engineering, and you press the buttons and it does it. So depending on your product, depends on. I know ciders and things like that will go slower than wine through. So on the low end at 4,000 bottles an hour or liters per hour, it's still pretty fast. So it's pretty impressive that way. Again, like the bottling, it's local and it's flexible. Many different beverages, as I alluded to. One of the perks that I get feedback from, I knew about it as one of the selling specs for this Paul technology, but I get feedback from people in the industry who we filtered with so far, was things like no loss of color and aroma and product from the other end was what they wanted to see, and very happy with it. Just like the bottling, it's a 12-month round service availability, and it's a cost and time effective method over other traditional filtration methods. And fun fact again, over 400,000 liters filtered to date. We've been filtering, I guess for almost a year now, where the fiscal ends. And yeah, this is just a picture of the actual trailer. You see that, or a big green other one that's the same color going down the road. It's probably me hauling it because we need another guy to operate it, and that's just showing you inside. And we provide power and things like that, different aspects, pictures explaining it. So that's the once over on the bottling filtration aspect of what Perennia has to offer. I don't know what the next slide is here. Oh, that's great. Thank you.
That's us. So just wanted to say thank you to Ignite for inviting us to kind of give a little quick talk here today. And obviously, if anybody has any questions at any point, please don't hesitate to reach out. All of our contact info is online, and we're here to help you any way that we can. So thank you and enjoy your time at Garrison. I am jealous that I am not there.
Thank you, Chelsea. Thank you, Tyler. Does anyone have any questions while we're here?
I do. Tyler, let's say I have 6,000 liter, I want a bottle. How much would that be about per bottle? Because I know that packaging is a huge cost for the beverage industry. So can you give me a ballpark?
So what do you say, 6,000 bottles?
Or 6,000 liters?
Liters in one bottle.
That would be.
I put it in the calculator,
Roughly
6,000
8,000
liters
bottles.
times 1 point, over my head, but,
Let's say 8,000 bottles.
this AC would be, you see, it would be probably about 6,000 liters. 3,000 bottles.
Yeah, 6,000 liters.
1.33 times the 750 ml bottle, like breaking it down, if you had like 20,000 liters, 26,000 bottles.
No, like the cost. Let's say I have 6,000 liter tanks. I want to have 8,000 bottles filled by you.
Okay, there's a breakdown of bottling costs, you said that'd be the bottling cost per bottle, per case is how it's broke down.
So can you ballpark it for me? What that would be like?
Ballpark, okay, so you had 5,000 bottles. You break that down, divide by 12, whatever the cases are. And then your cases times 2.75, so on your setup fee, and that's your numbers, probably around 3,000-4,000 bucks or something for that.
So it would be a bit less than $1 per bottle.
Yeah, I literally we could break down a calculator after this, or I don't know if that fits right or whatever, but I can give you exact numbers for every single aspect you got. You tell me the liters, I put the bottles, break it down, there's your times plus that.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, so the breakdown without the calculator in front of me, I won't say a number, but it's an easy equation to figure out.
Wonderful.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
You know how fine your filter is, how fine that filter now?
Down to 22.
Great, thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Chelsea, for joining us virtually. And thank you to all of our presenters, virtually and in person. It's great to have you. And thank you everyone for coming. I know it's a bit of a rough drive in. It was a little snowy, but yeah, it was a great day. And we're going to go ahead and sign off on the virtual portion now. And then what we're going to do is you guys can head over to Garrison. Anyone that would like to join us, just a bit of networking and having a couple drinks, there is a reserved area for us in the barrel room. If you go